Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. It was not a good hair day for me after getting in at like 2 a.m. So, we're doing the ponytail. Sandra absolutely hates when I do the ponytail. It looks terrible. Like, it really does. I think it's like haircut time, honestly. It's haircut time. I'm over the whole long hair, curly hair thing. I just never grew it out growing up. Because my mom said it looked too shaggy, you know? So, over COVID, we grew it out. Turns out my hair was like a lot curlier than I thought, and we've just been riding that wave for a while. But I'm getting a little sick of it. So, it might be back to short hair. Anyway, today's stream, super exciting. First of all, hello again, everybody. Last week was a bit of a crazy one for me. I apologize for the lack of streams. I think I did like one at least. But pretty much with the launch of the merch shop, I was so backed up on orders, like, I had no idea how long that was actually going to end up taking me, but boy, did it. Packing orders and running the back end on, like, the Shopify and getting them all to the post office, and logistically, it was a lot harder than I thought, and so I apologize. I just, like, really got behind last week. But it was good. It was a good launch for all that stuff, so that felt great. I mean, it's, like, the reason I'll be able to travel, you know, is the support I'm getting from the merch launch. And I even brought more to Chicago and sold out of everything. So in person it went well, online it went well. Great week for that. So thank you all. Thank you all for your support there. Jarrett, you got yours? Awesome. That's good to hear. Where were you? I heard some international shipping came like super quick, which was really surprising to me. Normally the international stuff can take a long time. But like someone in the Netherlands got theirs within like, I don't know, just a couple days. It was crazy. It's crazy. But anyway, this weekend was a freaking blast. It was a couple firsts for me. For one, it was my first tournament in the Dusk Till Dawn meta. I wasn't able to play in Cincinnati because I was streaming Cincinnati, right? So that was just a hugely exciting thing. I wanted to see what an Oldham-less field looked like. I wanted to, of course, play the new Levia. But more than that, it was my first event as a member of a competitive team. And that was amazing. It was so much fun to have like a little traveling family, you know? Go to an event and just have people who are just, you know, ready to jam games, talk theory, hang out, just do everything together. There was no burden of like needing to fill time, like, oh my gosh, like I'm wasting my time in Chicago. I need to like go hang out with friends. I need to like find someone for dinner. Having your little family unit with a team was really, really cool. Really cool. I enjoyed that a lot. So shout out to Team Runaways. It was just like a bit of the like social stress that can come in from like traveling and like being surrounded by so many people was just alleviated by having like your little core. So that was really cool. Also, I got to hang out at Six Flags for all of Friday with Mark Johnson, which was so much fun. Let me pull that up on Twitter because that came out of nowhere. And it was really one of the funnest days I've had in my adult life. It was amazing. So if you don't know Mo Bogsley, he's a Kano aficionado. He's got a YouTube channel. Let me switch over to, I changed some things in OBS. Yes, this one. So if you don't know Mark Johnson, he's a great dude. He's on Team Ascent. He posted on Twitter somewhere, I think it was before this. He posted on Twitter somewhere, if anyone going to the Fab TCG Battle Hardened in Chicago wants to go to Six Flags Friday, let me know. I have a season pass and I think I can bring someone for a discount free and would love someone to hang out with. And he has a car, I have a car, so I don't mind driving. So I hit him up. I was like, I arrive at 8 a.m., right? Which actually in the end wasn't true because my flight got delayed. I got in at about 11 a.m. But we went to Six Flags and spent the entire day there. Like, 6 hours of just like, you know, riding rides. He was a diamond pass holder, so we were able to cut most of the lines. We got food for free. Some of it was half off, or some of it was free. Most of it was half off. It was just a great day. Like, I've never had that kind of treatment at an amusement park. You know, when I went to Disney, it was waiting in lines for hours, you know, paying $30 for a sandwich, that kind of thing. But no, with Mark, with this guy right here, freaking diamond pass holder, it was awesome. We just bounced around, literally went to every roller coaster, some of like the little laser tag, like shooter games too. Got some sun, no sunscreen, but I got lucky, no sunburn. Super lucky, honestly. I can burn pretty bad. And it was just a great time. So shout out to Mark Johnson. And also just how lucky it was that my flight was bad. You know, I thought getting in at 8 a.m. on a Friday was going to just be me wasting time at like a Starbucks all day. But no, it ended up being this. And then we went and got Vietnamese food after, which is my favorite cuisine in the world. And just it ended up being a fantastic day. So it was a great weekend. It was great. Like, literally can't complain. If anything, the only bad part was that I made Sandra jealous. Woman Sant was very upset that in the end she wasn't able to go because she thought she had. We love Chicago. She absolutely loves the downtown window shopping and all that. But she thought she had some stuff that was very important at work on Friday, and it turns out her boss didn't even show up. She totally could have come with me. So that's the only downside. All right. What's the dish of choice? I like pho dak biet. The combination pho is my favorite. Just put it all in there. You're gonna think I'm crazy, and actually most of you probably won't know what this is. Mark didn't know what this is. I love tripe, and pho is one of the few dishes. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I like tripe, but I don't like it in most things. But in pho, it's delicious. I don't know what it is. It's just like the crunch of like that. I mean, tripe is like a stomach lining from a cow. It's crunchy like cartilage. It's like pure collagen, so it's really good for you. And the texture of it is just so gnarly. Like I've never liked it in any other dish, but isn't it sheep stomach? I think in pho it's beef stomach. Tripe pho. Yeah, beef tripe. That's what beef tripe. At least in pho. It looks like this. It's so freaky looking. Wait, that's not a good picture of it. Oh, here we go. So this is this is tripe, and you end up putting it in pho like this. It's just one of the many things that normally ends up in pho. You know, you've got your onions, your basil, your rare meats, your meatballs, your tripe, your noodles, and all that. But this is my favorite, like my absolute favorite. And unfortunately, the Vietnamese place we went to didn't have tripe. So that was like the only downside of otherwise a perfect day. Because that's my go-to. And in upstate New York, there's just like zero Vietnamese food. Zero. So, yeah, I don't get it much anymore. But being from Louisiana, there's a huge Vietnamese population in Louisiana. A huge Hungarian population as well. You get a lot of good food down there. A lot of good food. Creole food, Cajun food, obviously. I'm not sure you've ever tried it, but you'll be on the lookout because you love pho. Yeah. Sometimes they don't put it in because most people don't like it. So you gotta like ask for it, you know? Oh, like add the tripe. They have it. The people running the shop, the people making the pho in the back for themselves, you know they add tripe. But maybe for the customers they don't. So you just gotta ask for it. There's a nice Vietnamese place just over the road from where you live. It's great. You're a big fan of banh mi yourself. Okay, so I'm a little spoiled because I'm from Louisiana, and in Louisiana we have PoBoys, right? And PoBoys are to me just a better banh mi. So I just like never go out of my way and order a banh mi because it's just a worse po' boy, just a worse po' boy. So I can't get myself to spend money on. I'd rather go home. Go to like Bears or something like this amazing po' boy place back where I'm from, and just get a freaking drenched po' boy with roast beef, gravy, dripping in. They call it debris, which is kind of just this like mixture of soggy meats and juices, just like, and they dunk sandwiches in. Oh my god, it's so good. Louisiana food is so good. I'm so thankful I grew up in Louisiana. You just say yes to everything at a certain point in your life when it comes to food. There are no Brody Spurlocks in Louisiana. No Brody Spurlocks in Louisiana. I don't think it's possible. You know, by the age of like 2, you're peeling crawfish and sucking down the heads, you know, and getting all the yellow fats and all that out of them. Like I don't think it's possible to be a Brody Spurlock if you're from the South. Oh, I miss it so much. You've ever eaten tripe soup from Eastern Europe, white and full of garlic? Only if they ever had it in Hungary. I used to live in Budapest for about 10 months. So I would have only really had a chance to eat it then, but I don't quite remember it. I don't quite remember it, no. It was sad not seeing you guys on the coverage from last week at MinMax. Yeah, that was a weird one. We're going to go over the tournament run, play some games today. But I did say that I was fine being on coverage. But the one round where they tapped and was like, oh, hey, like, you want to be on? It was unfortunately a Levia mirror, and it was our win and in. So I passed. I was like, I don't think we want to see the headbanger that is a Levia mirror. That is also a team kill, because it was me versus Jesse. Like, that just didn't sound like a fun game for stream. It was going to be a freaking nightmare for both of us. So they wanted to put us on stream. I did say no, which is weird. Like, I don't think I've ever said no for coverage ever, but that situation in particular of like, this is a team kill, this is a mirror match, we're on like the same list, it's just going to be us slamming each other, and it's going to be draw sequence. Like, it just didn't seem like a fun game. And if I lost, it was going to be a tilter for the ages to lose a Levia mirror on camera. We'll get to what happened later, obviously. But yeah, it was a really well-run event. My God. Speaking of the MinMax event, right? The venue itself, I wish they did a walk-around, because it was amazing. Amazing. This was like the prime convention center of the Chicagoland, like, Rosemont area, right? Like, this is where the big stuff is. Lego conventions, probably like car show. I don't know what other conventions are there. But it's the Rosemont Center, right? The big one. And they rented this amazing ballroom, and it was so streamlined. You came right in, checked in with the desk, MinMax was to the side, tables to the left, coverage booth in one corner, casting booth in another corner, free water, bathrooms. Like, it was a perfect venue. It wasn't overcrowded, and it was well staffed, well lit. I mean, just a great place to spend all day, honestly. And it was carpeted floors, which is so much better than the SCG events, because it's always the wide, like, concrete floors. Granted, the SCG events are way bigger, right? So they can't rent like the smaller ballrooms, but that was such a blessing in disguise. As someone who used to travel and play X-Wing, the miniatures game, like, competitively, most of the time when you ended up at like a regionals or something, you were just standing on concrete for like 12 hours, and it was miserable, like absolute misery. So I am always so appreciative now of whenever there's carpeted flooring at these venues. So props, MinMax. They hosted an amazing event. It was 140 players, which tipped it right over to 8 rounds, which I think at the end of the day was actually a bit of a detriment for the player base, because the battle hardened pricing is set by LSS. It doesn't scale, right? Unless, like, if you want to like host it with a different prize pool, it legitimately can't be a battle hardened. Battle hardened's like our package deal by LSS, right? So it doesn't scale. And so basically what we did to ourselves was show up so much en masse that we made this the most cutthroat battle hardened to basically win $250. Like, it was like, if I got first place, that was my break even. And that was true for probably most people who weren't local. If you're flying in, if you're driving a long distance, spending that money on a hotel and all that, holy moly, that is just so much effort for what is only ever going to be a 2K. But I think this showed the love of the game and how pumped everyone is right now, this moment in time, for Dusk Till Dawn, a meta that breathed life back into the game, mostly because Oldhim's gone. I actually didn't have a problem with Oldhim, but I think your average player really, really hated Oldhim, especially if they ever ran into like the pure fatigue. That was like, I've heard stories of people legit just like quitting the game because like they've got locals who just only play fatigue Oldhim, and it was just absolute misery and yada yada. So it was a breath of fresh air across the board. Dusk Till Dawn, Oldhim gone. The fact that these premier events are like even happening consistently is also just so exciting. There's people who like really live in that circuit. Obviously Brody Spurlock is one. I feel like I'm that person too, but I like stream most of them. I don't play in most of them. Anyway, it was just an amazing event for Flesh and Blood. So cool to see everyone show out. 140 players was just a beautiful thing to see. But like I said, what it hurt was the fact that we just made the event harder for ourselves. 8 rounds for a 2K prize pool is crazy. And like the record needed to make top cut at the end of all that, like just nuts. What I was happy to see though is most people did treat it like a for fun tourney, especially like on my team. We were just experimenting with Nats decks. So the team was split. Half was on Vynnset, half was on Levia, and we were just doing exploration of, like a tournament feel for what could be our nationals deck, right? And I think a lot of people were in that boat where they knew that this Battle Hardened, the showing was like kind of ridiculous. So why not just like use the 8 rounds to get a long turning day in and just see what that feels like for a deck that you're still iffy on, rather than tryharding the event. Day 2 was a bit more tryhardy, but day 1 there were definitely a lot of exciting decks, a lot of really competitive players just experimenting. Dagon White was on Levia, Dan Rakowski on Vynnset, Cody Williams on Vynnset. Like it was just a huge smattering of exciting decks that like I don't think you'll quite see at Nats unless anyone feels like they really cracked the code, you know. Raven Shadow played Fatigue Fi. Yeah, you know, so everyone was just trying new things. Just bouncing all over the place. It was super cool to see. Super cool to see. Okay, let me scroll up. I ranted for a second. Second. If I come to St. Louis Battle Hardened, you'll pass the... Oh, you'll take me to the best Vietnamese joint out there? I'm down. I always hit up the best Vietnamese joint. And it's not even based by, like, ratings. I'll dig into the reviews themselves and look for the authentic reviews. If it's just, like, the generic, you know, 5-star, like, oh, I liked the coconut shrimp or whatever. Like, what's that have to do with Vietnam? Like, it's just, you know, anyway. Okay. Let me come through. Come to Iceland, try some good old Icelandic stuff. Oh, like, is Iceland, can you eat whale in Iceland, or is that Greenland? I forget which country has, like, whale as a delicacy. I would try it, though. I also want to try seal. I'd be down. I'm not one for the North. It's not in my blood. But I'm always eager to try new things. We do crawfish boil several times a year. Wait, where? Nathan? In Georgia? Wait, where are you from? Alabama or Georgia? I forget. Alabama or Georgia? What if that's not either? What if it's like Tennessee? It's somewhere down there. It's not Arkansas. I know you ain't Arkansas. Okay. I didn't realize you said no to coverage. Pat, I was channeling you, my friend. Pat, that's the problem. I looked at you. I pleaded to your eyes. I asked for your good graces to roll scabs that one turn, and I did it. And then same deal. I channeled you, and I was like, nah, no coverage. It goes both ways. You know. How many players were to answer that? Already answered that. Let's go through. Funny how with Oldham gone, I think any rounds in the Battle Hardened went beyond like 5 minutes over time. Yeah, and you know what? Most of the games that went to time were not even because it was like a Dromai mirror or something. It was just, hey, we have time. You know, let's think about it. You know, it's a new meta. Maybe we're on a new deck here. Let's just take our time. Like, even in Levia games, I don't think I went super close to time. Maybe within like 10 minutes most rounds. Some fast rounds as well. But I think that was the general vibe across the board. Is just like, we're here, we're having fun, we're learning about these decks, we're learning about these new matchups. So there's like literally no reason to rush. And the venue, like I said, had free water. There was a Starbucks in the venue as well. It was easy to, like, even within a 10-minute window, just run off and like get what you need. So I don't think anyone was in a rush. It was such a good vibe. I missed that one. In your Levia decks, is there any particular reason for not running Shadow Puppetry? Yes. So what we found in testing, this is going to be all over the place. There's a plan for today, I promise. What we found in testing was after bracers of Bullseye bracers was banned. Lexi's, of course, now had to pivot to a new arm slot. The new arm slot blocks 1 because it's either Hornet Sting, or... Okay, actually, Crackerjacks doesn't block 1, so maybe that one's an outlier, but I don't think they run that in every match. Most of the time, it's Hornet Sting, right? Which is a card they don't actively hate running because it's 1 damage, so 2 value in an arm slot, not terrible. They can also kill an Ashwing with it against Dromai and just stop a turn, which is pretty cool. So we assumed most Lexis would end up running Hornet Sting, and that makes Shadow Puppetry a lot worse for Levia. Because it already isn't a great card. Like, pushing a breakpoint on Levia's attacks doesn't matter because nothing has a hit effect. It was really for the CNC play where you could Shadow Puppetry, CNC, and then, you know, pitch a blue with the 1 floating, slam them with a 1 cost because you have tons of 1 cost in the deck right now. That was the goal. The problem now is you don't really force much. You go for the Shadow Puppetry CNC, they block with 2 cards and a Shadow Pup, and, you know, if they have a 3 of a kind, they just blew you out. Right? So it just didn't feel like it was worth the slots because it has to line up with CNC or it's a trash card. It's a red that blocks 2 in a deck that like can't punt a Blood Rush turn. It just didn't end up feeling great in the end because of the ban. If Bullseye Bracer was still around, I think it's a fine card. But now they truly, like, they don't sacrifice much at all to be able to block 2 and the armor piece, and then just like 2-card 3 of a Kanju, and just keep going, right? So it's just, it's so gross. Lexi's still pretty gross. Pretty gross. Didn't win any events this weekend. Pretty gross. Community feels like we went from this deck cannot beat Oldhim, play something else, to this deck cannot beat Lexi, play something else. I think this weekend people were light on committing to Lexi as like kind of giving her the showing as best deck in format. Oh, a curl popped out. We're just letting it hang. It's a style. There we go. I think this weekend people definitely kind of knew behind the scenes that it was probably Lexi best deck. But like I said, people use this to experiment. It was a long tournament day to just try to slam new decks and see how they feel over a long grindy day. What does fatigue do to you when you're like on your 7th round? How does that feel in the pilot seat of like a Vynnset? There were a couple standout heroes that I remember off the bat. There was an Arachne that was constantly at the top tables, only losing to Dromai. There was a Bolton that bubbled out at 6-2. There was me who bubbled out at 6-2. There was a Vynnset player, actually a teammate actually, Shane, who went 5-0 but had to leave because of a flight. So technically on record it was a 3-2 because he scooped 2 games because he knew he had to leave. But he did go 5-0 on Vynnset. There are a lot of stories that just didn't quite make it to top cut, but Levia's story at least made it to top cut. So we're happy about that. We're happy about that. You're in Alabama. All right. Isn't there... All right, don't call me crazy, Nathan. Isn't there a chicken restaurant in Alabama called Foosacklys? Isn't there... I feel like I've driven through Bama before, and there was a restaurant called Foosacklys, and it was incredible. Is this in Alabama? Yeah, look, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Oh my God, this place was better than Cane's, and you cannot clip that and send that to anyone in Louisiana. They will lynch me. But Foosacklys was better than Cane's, and that's crazy. Cane's is like the go-to Louisiana chicken shop. Like more than Popeyes. Raising Cane's is just chicken tenders, Texas toast, coleslaw, all the good stuff. But for whatever reason, man, Foosacklys did it better. I couldn't tell you why. But I think this is an Alabama chain. Props to Alabama. I gotta go back just for that. Whale is good, so is horse. No idea. Oh, whale, shark, sheepshead, blood pudding, and more. Oh, this is the Iceland conversation. Nice. Coconut has lots to do with Vietnam. Yeah, but is coconut shrimp a Vietnamese dish? I never would have. I thought that was like a Thai dish. Coconut shrimp origins. We gotta look it up now. Possibly Polynesian, it says. Apparently coconut shrimp is rooted in some kind of like post-World War II Polynesian roots. I don't know. That could be wrong. But in my head, it was definitely not a Vietnamese dish. Coconut, sure, but like that is not. I wouldn't look to the quality of coconut shrimp to rate a Vietnamese restaurant. Is my point. I would look at what people say about the pho, what people say about the banh mi. That just in my head. Could be wrong. I'm not Vietnamese. My best friend is Vietnamese though. Okay. Let's just catch up, man. Chat's going crazy. What's up, people? Y'all are wonderful. Your diet has so many issues that you can't travel. Well, let me tell you a story about Brody Spurlock, who literally, wherever he goes, buys a loaf of bread and ham. And I literally was hanging out in his hotel room this weekend. That is like the entire table is a ham sandwich prep station. So he's getting around it. If your situation's more serious, I'm just joking here. But he legitimately does do that. I've never gone out of my way to like do my own prep on meals, but I guess if your diet is as simple as bread and ham, it's not so bad. Okay. Hey, Ethan, my friend and I got into a small disagreement at our local PTI event. I said something that you just died of blood debt on New Levia. They said only bad players died. Why did I read that and then saw the username Ryan Rich? You want to tell me why my brain did that, Ryan? You dog. I should have just skipped that comment. Ryan is digging at me because the start of this weekend, we were talking about Levia, and Ryan's an incredible player. He's won a Battle Hardened on Oldhim before, and I was joking with him that, Oldhim was his crutch. He was going to bomb the event, and then he did bomb the event, so was right. But in retort, he was pushing me on Levi, what I thought there, and I said only bad players are going to die to blood debt these days. You have so much more control over it, the mid-game flip, blah, blah, blah. And then the last round on Sunday, I died to blood debt. The first out of 15 games, one game out of 15, 1 out of 15. That's, oh God, it's so much better than before. Before it was like 1 out of every 5. 1 out of 15, and I did die to blood debt. And yeah. So I guess I'm trash. I am trash. I'm trash. It was full circle, you know. Absolutely. I should have knocked on wood. Yeah. So now we do need to make a shirt that says only bad players die to blood debt. And I just need to rock it. But I don't know. These shirts are pretty cool too. Look at this one. By day 2, everyone at the event had picked up merch to some degree. Not everyone. I didn't bring that much, but it was so cool. There were like 5 people in the audience wearing the Levia shirts. Sick. Ha. Okay. Nathan confirms Foosacklys is in Alabama. Beautiful. I guess I'm moving. It's from Mobile, Alabama. Been there many a time. The Rotary Convention for District 6840 was in Mobile pretty much every year. So I would go. And I don't even know what I would do, honestly. I can't picture what I did there. It wasn't my thing. But yes, every year I would go. Maybe it's because you're out west, but the canes are not good. Dude, that's so true. Okay, so there's like canes in Ohio these days, right? Also, this is a Flesh and Blood stream. We have 150 people, and I have barely been talking about Flesh and Blood. That's sick. I drove through Ohio, right, to go to Cincinnati. I had no idea canes had made it to Ohio, right? So I stopped at like 3 different canes. I was like, this is amazing. This is a call back to home. And they were all so bad. So bad. What's up with that? Why can canes not travel across state lines? I mean, in Louisiana, it's sick. In Louisiana, it's my favorite food. You go get canes, you go pick up a daiquiri, you go home. That's a perfect evening, you know? Or go to the lakefront, whatever. But something is off about canes in, like, above the Bible Belt. Something is off. My canes order is just the 3-finger combo. 3-finger combo. If I'm feeling crazy, I get the caniac. But no, I go for the 3-finger combo. That's it. Canes? Foosacklys? I don't know, man. Something about Foosacklys. It was like 10 p.m. on a drive to Atlanta or something. And I drove through Alabama and saw Foosacklys. Like, that is the weirdest name I've ever heard. Let me just stop and see what it is. I was with my family, my dad, brother, stepmom. And we stopped at Foosacklys, and my dad was so put off. So this is just a Canes ripoff. They're trying to do what our good old Baton Rouge boys did with Canes. You know, he's a very Louisiana man. But we all loved it. They have waffle fries. If I'm remembering correctly, they have waffle fries. That was a big kicker. Waffle fries are better than crinkle fries, and Canes has crinkle fries. Let me look that up. Maybe I'm wrong. Foosacklys fries. Wait, maybe. Oh no, sorry. Foosacklys has the better crinkle fries than Canes. Chick-fil-A has the waffle fries. That's right. Anyway, they were better though. They were better. You worked at Canes for 3 years in college and can definitely vouch for the taste difference. It's the flour mills in different areas. Whoa. Behind the scenes knowledge right there. Behind the scenes knowledge. Now we know. All right, that's going to cap. I'm caught back up. We're going to cap the chicken discussion, all right? If y'all want to talk about pho or PoBoys again, crawfish boils, how to make the best crawfish boil, my godbrother, his brother, is that too far removed to say he's a friend of mine? My godbrother's brother, so my godbrother once removed, whatever, won the, like, national crawfish, not national, the state championship crawfish boil in New Orleans one year. Just 1 year. It's hard to go like 2-peat, 3-peat on that thing. And I know his recipe. So if y'all ever want a crazy crawfish boil, I know his secret recipe. You wouldn't believe it. It's eggs and honey. You want to picture that in a crawfish boil? It's like impossible. Eggs and honey. I'm telling you, it's so freaking good. Okay. There's a reason why In-N-Out is not nationwide. It's for quality control. All their food comes from about only 3 warehouses. That's it. Canes should have done the same. They're giving themselves a bad rep. A Canes just opened up in New York City. when I was there recently. It had, I think it was still like a little bit off from opening, so I couldn't try it. But I would hope that one at least is good quality. You don't want the Times Square canes to be, you know, the wrong flour mill or whatever's going on there. Crawfish cooking stream. Mr. Tickles, I live in upstate New York now. I can't even imagine how expensive overnighting crawfish would be, because you need them live. I mean, that's kind of the deal. You don't... Okay, sorry, PETA and the vegan viewers, but you don't cook dead crawfish. You cook living crawfish. And to get living crawfish to upstate New York would be a nightmare. I don't... Maybe my dad can overnight me like 5 pounds. That might be worth it. But even so, it requires like a special boiler, which I don't have here. You need like the big drum and then the bucket with the holes, and you know, the propane tank does all the mixings, the potatoes, the sausage, corn, whatever. You dunk the crawfish in like the slotted bucket into the boiling water, let it simmer, cooks, pull it out, dump that sucker onto a table. It's so bright red, it's steamy, it's delicious. I don't think I could pull that off here. I need to be surrounded by my New Orleans, my Louisiana homies, that 504 crew. You know what I'm saying? Upstate New York has amazing fish Friday. Okay. We're off this. I had a different plan for what we were gonna do today, and killing the first like 45 minutes with food talk, definitely valid. Okay. So here's the deal. I did want to obviously go over my experience with Levia, because at the bare minimum, regardless of like me making top 8s or not, I do have the most experience and the most reference points for talking about Levia across my 2-year history with her, right? So that is to say, actually, before we do this, we can just look at the deck. February. So this is to say... Oh, I wasn't signed in. There we go. The Levia deck that the Team Runaways played this weekend at Battle in Chicago, I think across everyone, Pat and I were on the same 60. Lucas and Jesse were like maybe 4 cards off in the end. And that's probably only because we weren't in the same hotel room, because Pat and I locked like the final slots midnight the night before, and Lucas and Jesse were in their own room. So there were a tiny bit of difference, but the game plan was the exact same. The core was the exact same. And the idea behind it was to play a 1-cost centric Levia deck, abuse her 1-cost curve, go for 3-card hands that could consistently push 12, 12, 12. What this does, in contrast to like the full aggro Levia decks of old, of like the 3 pulpings, 3 wild rides, like the Rouse the Ancients even, the difference between like that full aggro and like this cost curve, like this tight cost curve aggro Levia, is the full aggro list had way too many hands that were 4-card 12s. But at its core, the full aggro list wanted just every hand to at least be a 4-card 12 damage hand. So you could at minimum say, we're at least putting you on a clock. If every turn can at least throw 12, that's a clock. That's what we're living with, right? This deck definitely scaled a bit differently. It had, I think, more highs for sure. And then it could also scale down to 3-card 12s and still block with a card. So it lost like a little bit of consistency, and not every hand could really hit for like the 3-card 12. But when you did that, you're trading, you're saving extra life, you're prolonging the game a little bit, you're buying more room to banish what you want into Blood Debt, like hit your Dread Screamers, hit your like an Endless Maw, whatever. You want a little bit more longevity in your game, so that when you flip to Blasmafet in like an aggro match, you're at least at like 4 Blood Debt or so, right? So that was kind of the core game plan. We are the aggro deck, but we're an aggro deck that needs to craft its hands rather than just blind say no block, throw 12, like the old full aggro Levia list. So that was the core. That was the core plan. Core plan, right? What that really looks like was a list like this. We posted it on the League of Levia. So if you wanted to see it back on, I think even Saturday, I dropped it there. So there's a link in the description. League of Levia is it's for free. Go hang out with a bunch of Levia enjoyers. There's a lot of us now, like over 1,000. It's crazy. Anyway, so the deck looked like this. The deck was really built around, obviously, Dread Screamer being kind of the core of what unlocks a very consistent 3-card play, because it hits a 6 in graveyard, has go again. So we were playing around with counts. Obviously, in going into Cincy, I didn't get to play, but my list was on 3 red Graveling, no yellow dreads. Pat swapped it to 3 yellow dreads, no red Graveling. We merged, found a happy middle ground where it ended up on 2 yellow dreads, 2 red Gravelings as a nice little medium, and I thought those ratios were perfect. I truly think the yellow dreads, 2 was the perfect number. 3, absolute overkill. Potential to clunk on like the Blood Rush draws. You need those to be playable when you slam them. But just the ability to, without thinking much, end up pitching probably like 4 Dread Screamers in while playing 4 Dread Screamers first cycle in like grindy games was amazing to know that you had that much threat left. We'll go into the matchups I played specifically, but there was a game against a full fatigue Dorinthia where I played 1 red Dread Screamer and pitched every single other one back into the deck and still had them on the ropes. You don't need this card to still play your good rate game, but it's like what naturally unlocks it, right? Boneyard Marauder is there for the Boneyard play, super easy. Endless Maw is your best 2-card hand. You can also like kind of use this on a Blood Rush turn to be your end cap for 21 damage Blood Rush. This being banished on Blasmafet is an amazing stabilizer. Such an amazing stabilizer because this lets you have the moment of, okay, with an Endless Maw alone, I can block 9, throw 9. An 18 damage turn cycle. And that is a massive swing in value. In a late game situation like that, holy crap. Endless Maw, just fantastic, just fantastic. I actually don't think I played it as much as I ended up blocking and then using it off Blasmafet, honestly. Because to give up a 3-card 12 for a 2-card 9 wasn't exactly where I wanted to be most times, and that was like most of the time the decision point. Like if the arsenal was open, then I'd go for the 3-card 12, Arsenal the Endless, obviously. But if my arsenal was like waiting for a different combo card, then I would just block with the Endless, take the 3-card 12, and then use the Endless post Blasmafet as like a better pivot later than scaling down, because I still wanted to throw more damage early. It's a little bit of a like worse rate, but at the same time, like being able to present more damage, get our opponents into like the Blood Rush kills them range was most of the time where you needed to be with this deck, because it was a little fragile with the amount of non-blocks, not gonna lie. Anyway, Gravelings fit this curve amazingly. This was an interesting decision last minute, but Pat and I decided we really needed more going second plays. That was the absolute downfall of the deck, was if you go second and just claw, you lose. And that was hard to freaking stomach. So we decided to go ahead and just like consider the 2 Pulpings main board. Going over than that in most matchups is just like a nightmare scenario. This is a red 2-cost non-block. That is one of the worst stat lines possible. The worst is a 3-cost, like Red Deadwood Rumbler, 3-cost non-block red is the worst. But a 2-cost non-block red is nightmare, because if you clump these, you cannot do anything with them. They are garbage. Unlike the Slithering Shadowpedes, which even early game, as a red non-block 1-cost, you can still, on a 2-red hand, just throw the Slithering. It's not awful. The fact that it's playable is a blessing in disguise, because they don't give that to us on a lot of brute cards. But Pulping is like the card you absolutely don't want to clump. We ran it at 2. I loved it at 2, actually. I would consider it pretty core to like how this deck wants to play in the end, actually. DM Armada in the chat. DM, you absolutely crushed it this weekend, my friend. I watched, I think it was the top 4 in the finals when I was getting my Uber, waiting in the airport and all that. Unfortunately, you weren't there, so I can't say like kudos to you. I think you also had to catch a plane. But just as a capstone of the quality of games this weekend, what a fantastic event, right? You absolutely killed it. So very, very cool to go back and be able to watch those. I'll want to, as I'm doing things this week, I'm absolutely going to have those on in the background. Absolutely, absolutely. Ironically, Pat's right here in the chat. Ironically, most opponents are still letting me go first. This is true. I think I forgot to write it down in most. Yeah, I don't think I wrote it down on my notepad, but the reality was most people still let me go first. If I won the die roll, the only time I was choosing to go second was the mirror. Because in the mirror, you need to just get a little lucky. You need to hope that you have playables going second and you will win. That's the game plan. So in the mirror, I chose to go second. Into everything else, I chose first. And I think my opponents basically let me do the exact same thing. Other than when I played against the Viserai. The Viserai did make me go second. That was a nightmare. Anyway, as we continue with the deck list, the Savage Feast, absolute MVP, unbelievable overperformer for me. This deck can very proactively fill Graveyard off the back of what seems to be only a few non-Blood Dead attacks, but if you figure the Art of War's kickstart turns that don't require banish 3s, you can like banish a whatever 6, drop Graveling, banish the Slithering, drop like Slitherpine, Graveling. That's 3 cards in your graveyard, right, off of an Art of War alone. Savage Feast is 2 cards in your graveyard. The Pulpings, 2 cards in your graveyard. With that, Swing Big, 1 card in your graveyard. Blood Rush, 2 cards in your graveyard. With that little bit of proactivity, off the back of also being a deck that like doesn't full keep, you do block, really made the graveyard overwhelmingly healthy. I don't think there was a single game all weekend where the graveyard was in a bad state, and that wasn't even due to my opponents like playing into a weird graveyard for me. The deck just very much is healthy on its graveyard control, and I really think it's mostly because the Art of War kickstarts 3 cards in graveyard, which is so good. I mean, being so heavy on the 1 cost lets you just Art of War Pitch Blue into 1 cost, 3 cards in graveyard. Oh, that is such a ramp for the deck. So good, so good. Anyway, Savage Feast, I leaned into what we were trying to do as a team, which is just roll scabs. And other than one singular game, which was on day 2, which we'll tell those stories later, every time I decided to screw it, like I'll just try for the Savage Feast play, the only time I got punished was the last game on the last day where I rolled a 1 into a 1 full keep 5. That was super greedy, but also didn't matter. Neither of us could make the top cut. So it was a absolute beyond greed play. It wasn't like I was forced into it. I legitimately just took that line. Like, you know what? Let's see it. I'll keep 5 cards, arsenal, 4 cards in hand, because I'm going to hit on the Savage Feast. I just feel it. I rolled a 1, popped Gamblers into a 1. You know how that goes. You know how that's why Ryan Rich is here, to remind me of that time I died to Blood Debt. It's all the same game. I think you can see how those Levi games still exist. They're rare. That was 1 in 15, but they're there. They're there. Anyway, apart from that, Savage Feast, absolute overperformer. Slithering, the Art of War Slithering play, I think only came up maybe like twice, but the extra 1 cost is just so powerful for the deck. That's where so much of your curve lives. The fact that this one isn't conditional like the Graveling, and it doesn't need to the graveyard to banish like the Boneyard, makes early game lines with it really good. Like you can 3-card 12 with the Pulping Slithering, no sweat. It obviously works off the Dread Screamers. If you get it off the Art of War, amazing. Even with the Savage Feast, if you like have to lead with a yellow on Savage Feast, you can end up like Savage Feast, Claw, Pitch Blue into Slithering. Like that just feels pretty good. Or I guess it doesn't matter if you lead with a yellow. That can be lead with red. Whatever. The 1 cost is just so key. This is kind of like an awful pattern for storytelling, but the one time where Slithering failed me was once again a 1 roll. It was that Viscerai game where... Oh, this is so out of order because we're going to go through all the games, but I got to tell you now, as it's on screen taunting me. I played against Viscerai, and they went first, and, made a rune chant, arsenaled, right? My hand is like a red Dread Screamer, 2 Slitherings, and a blue. And I'm like, this is amazing. I'm going to roll scabs, and I'm just going to drop 12. I'm going to pitch blue, Slithering, arsenal red Dread. I'm set. Like, this game is sick. I rolled a 1. Did 0, and then died on turn 4. That was a game. That was a... Yeah, there's highs and lows, baby. There's highs and lows. Nothing to actually do with this card. But the fact that, like, it could have been 12 damage is crazy, right? Like, you wouldn't get that out of a hand that was the Gravelings or the Boneyards, right? Because if you saw that hand previously, it would be an unplayable hand. Like, to just have, like, this 1 cost stack like that. But now the Slithering was there, and there was a true possibility of, oh my god, like, I can just start with 12. Because there's no condition on this. And, whew, that would be nuts. That would be nuts. DM, you're still talking about Vynnset, I believe. We saw Cody round 1 on the PTI stream. Love to hear that he kept winning. No, so I think that was Shane who went 5-0. I think it was Shane. Maybe it was Cody. I mean, same team, I guess. But Shane's the one who had the dip because of the flight. And I went to the airport with Cody. So I don't think they're one and the same. Unless you're talking about someone else. But yeah, Cody, Dan Rakowski, Shane, they were all on Vynnset. I love that the card we spoiled is such a big player in the new hotness. Yes, Hamish, shout out, my brother. Dude, how are you watching the stream? You've got to be hard prepping for the freaking amazing calling stream that's coming. What the heck, man? I'd be, if I was, oh my god, like, I cannot believe how exciting this is going to be for you all. It is so sick. This young man, this Hamish Hamsack in the chat, is about to cast the freaking calling next weekend. Round of applause from everyone. That is going to be so sick. Hats off, hats off, hats off. I can't wait to watch it. I don't have much going on this weekend. You absolutely know I'm going to be glued to my freaking screen. Anyway, rest of the list I don't think is too special. Swing Big's obviously good. We already talked about Art of War. Beast Within, absolutely insane. Next to Blood Rush, has amazing synergy as well with these guys. It came up actually, I think, twice that I discarded it to like a Codex one time and then a Winter's Bite one time, which is also really cool. It never came up to actually then let me block with Diabolic for 6. Unfortunate. And I never took more than like maybe 2 damage to a Beast Within all weekend. There was the stream game where Jesse took 8 to a Beast Within, but I mean, that's just like an absolute anomaly, right? It's so funny because I see people in the League of Levi Discord, when they saw that happen, they're like, does this mean we should add more 6s to the deck? No. The statistical anomaly of hitting 8 non-6s in a row is already like, less than a percentage point. And worse than that, if you just drew those hands, you probably would lose the game. What's the next 2 hands of no 6s going to do for you? You probably are just losing. In a way, taking 8 from Beast Within almost fixes things. I mean, depending on what was banished, of course. But I would prefer to know that I scroll through and like hit and get my consistent hands going again, even at the cost of more life, than needing to draw into those, I guess, is what I'm saying. You took 7 against the Fatigue Door yourself, Pat? Yeah. Oh, okay, that is rough. You were close on that one, though. You did you lose or did you win? I forget in the end. I feel like that was a really close loss for you. I feel like. Forget. Anyway, Blood Rush, obviously, busted card. I think almost every game this weekend, I resolved a 26 damage Blood Rush. That was the point of the deck, was to easily transition into a consume flip. Where's consumed? Into a flip. Into Plasma Consumed for a 26 damage Blood Rush. And it's such a different way to play because it means that you don't necessarily slam your second Blood Rush. You most likely play your first, but you can arsenal your second and wait for your flip. Because if you just do the numbers or whatever, if you can position yourself, I said this on the deck as well, in a pretty like equal state, right? Life parity with your opponent, ish. Let's say you're both at like 13 going into this endgame, you whip out a 26 damage Blood Rush, they just die. Their hand blocks at the most, likely 12, if they have any equipment up, right? Which actually, most of the time they don't, because players know that the only time equipment is really good is against Swing Big. So normally they'll use it early. Anyway, you throw a 26 damage Blood Rush, and they just lose. So rather than slamming like an 18 damage Blood Rush, an 18 damage Blood Rush, consume flip, value grind, my game plan was like 18 damage Blood Rush, value grind, arsenal of Blood Rush, or even an Art of War could do it as well, and then slam them for just an overwhelming turn that ends the game. It was a very clear-cut strategy into most aggro, and I mean, we'll get into the games in a second, but it worked. Every game I did that, it worked. Other than one. But actually, I wasn't consumed. I was redeemed, so I don't know if that counts. Dagon hit you with a 20 plus damage turn 3, 4, and 5. Levia's nuts. Levia can actually just do that out of nowhere now. Savage Feast is like one of the most overperforming cards in that sense of like, oh, I'm just going to deal 18 damage off 4 cards. Like, that's crazy. And it can just happen. Pulping actually did the same for me. I discarded a Beast Within. 4 card 18. It was crazy. Okay, Mark the Beast. Solid overperformer. I think I'm actually pretty happy with it at 3, which is surprising because I normally end up hating this card in multiples and cut it down to like 2 if I run it at all. But there is something to be said about the aggro matchup where you don't necessarily get to banish too much if you're just hard trading, and making sure that Mark the Beast at least ends up in the banish zone to help you tick to consumed with like 4-ish blood debt, which is kind of where you're normally at versus aggro, is a big deal. Because this card, it's not a great rate, doesn't really fit into many cost curves, but the fact that you can pull it out for like an 18 damage Blood Rush, for example, minus 1 extra card that you'd normally need in hand, is really good. And that can be a bit of a tight role player. The discard with Pulping and Savage Feast and Blood Rush, I think only came up like once, so for that synergy, it barely did anything. But legitimately, like getting this in Banished with the amount of proactive graveyard fill that the deck has was quite good. Like, actually quite good. So, no complaints. No complaints with how this card did. It's even in the thumbnail today. Like, this wonderful hand. I was looking up Mark the Beast if I could find the full art, and the first thing that came up was like a, you know, one of those like Jesus ads where it was like, be warned, you have been marked by the beast. So I used that and overlaid this guy for the thumbnail today. How many flips to Blasphemous redeemed? We'll get to that in a second. It was 2 redeemed flips across 15 games. It was 2 no flips because I won without needing to. It was 1 no flip because I died. And then the rest were all consumed flips. So what's the math on that? That is 2 redeems. 2 redeems. 1 was a win, 1 was a loss. 1 flip because... Or no, 1 no flip because I died. 2 flips because I won, and the rest were consumed. 1, 2... holy crap, I can't do math. Okay, so that's 10 consumed flips that won me the game. That is 2 no flips. No, that's not true. I must have lost in some of the consumed flips. So no, we'll scratch that for a second. But that's 10 consumed flips. That is 2 no flips and winning. That is 1 no flip and losing. 1 redeemed flip win, 1 redeemed flip loss, is at least the quick way to look at it. Did you see the July Champion Alexander Vor's games? He traded with the Levi's so they flipped and then just fatigued them. Yeah, but that's because those Levi's should not flip to consumed. I did watch those games. I don't know why you're flipping to consume in those states. Bravo is like... He was on Bravo, right? I feel like I remember that correctly. Bravo is so unbelievably free. I think the entire team this weekend, we played against maybe like 6 Bravos collectively. Didn't lose a single one. It is such a good matchup. You just don't play greedy, and you're just better numbers than them. There's almost nothing they can do. Question. The deck feels like you need to rely on Scabskins a lot to slam these damages. No. The only turn where you're really slamming Scabskins is going second and Savage Feast. I don't think I rolled Scabs outside of those scenarios almost ever. The entirety of day 1, 8 games, I only rolled Scabs about 8 times. In 8 games, I rolled 8 times. And that wasn't even, like, 1 a game. 1 game, I rolled, like, 4 times. It was Fatigue Dory. So there was just all the room in the world to roll. Against some other matchups, it was, like, the tight singular roll. And then that was about it. Some games you just don't need to roll. So I don't think the deck is gated at all by Scabskins. This card is gated by Scabskins, but you don't have to play for it. You don't have to. It blocks 3 at the end of the day, you know? It also is a 1 cost. Fits into plenty of curves anyway. The only time that you can, like, get greedy for Scabs kind of unexpectedly in a draw sequence is if you are, like, Blood Rushing or Art of Warring and then draw into extra 1 costs that you could just slam on that turn because of, like, you know, the +2 buff here or maybe the +1 buff there. If you kind of run into that unexpectedly, you will choose to roll Scabs because you might as well get the extra buff immediately rather than putting that card in Arsenal. And that didn't ever really screw me. I mean, I'm not rolling a lot, so Gamblers is always there. So sometimes there's payoff. You get to, like, slam an extra 8 damage on a Blood Rush turn. Sometimes there's not, and you just Arsenal it, and it's 6 damage later. It's not a big deal. So you can play a game with the other boots that gain an action to discard? No. The block on Scabskins is massive. On top of the fact that the main time you roll Scabs is when your opponent gives you 4 cards. If your opponent just... they decide to block out, they have a dud turn, whatever it is, and they just give you 4 cards, you roll Scabs. You can't do that off Beaten Trackers. Beaten Trackers or Hooves locks you into the game plan of, like, you poignantly need to have the turn you're going for, you use it, and you need that turn to either be, like, the kill turn or, like, some massive tempo flip, and then kind of ride that high to game close. But the reality is, if you don't close the game on that kind of turn, where you're going hard, and then your opponent full passes into, like, your 4-card hand, Levia can't really use a 4-card hand. She can use a 3-card hand really well. She can use a 2-card hand really well. She can use a 4-card hand if it's Art of War or Blood Rush, but beyond that, she can't really use 4 cards. So when your opponent passes you the 4, you do roll Scabs. And I think for me, that's where I roll Scabs pretty much every time. Like, no thought. Just, they gave me 4 cards, I'm rolling scabs. I am never, literally never keeping a scabs hand unless I need Savage Feast to win. Like, this is my high roll card of like, okay, we're in a bad spot. It needs to be the Savage Feast play. It needs to be like the 4 card 18 that Savage Feast can pull off, or I lose. Then I will keep that hand. But I never kept the greedy hand of like a blue Mark of the Beast and a Graveling to try to hit scabs on that hand. Never did it. Never did it. So I don't think you need to roll scabs that much at all. But there are weird scenarios as well that Beaten Trackers doesn't unlock. Like if you're going against a fatigue list and you flip into Redeemed and you're running out of gas, and this did come up against my Fatigue Dory match. If your only win con is to literally roll a 6 and use that to break their 12 block because you're running out of gas, you can just wait. I did this actually for like 3 turns against the Fatigue Dorinthia I was playing against, where, you know, they're just full blocking. So I've got my turn. I've flipped into Redeemed at this point. I don't have any Blood Rushes left even. That's not true. I had 1 left. It did win me the game later. But I'm just waiting. You know, they're full blocking. I've got room. I like still have all my equipment. They have put no pressure on me. And I get to just say, okay, I'm going to roll scabs. If it's a singular action point, I'll still throw, you know, like 6, you know, big deal. You know, it'll take 2 cards. Their return won't kill me. If I roll 2 action points, I'll throw 12, and then I take their full hand again. But what's going to win me the game is just rolling a 6. So even though Gamblers is gone, I'm just waiting. I won't lose to a 1. I'm redeemed, right? I won't lose to their damage. They're on a full fatigue list. So I'm just waiting for the 6. And you can't do that with Beaten Trackers. It's not the same card by like it just not even close. So no, Scabskins is so good. I think in Blitz you don't need it, because in Blitz, like, you want that on-demand turn of, oh, I drew this hand, this action point is lethal. That comes up obviously in Blitz way more often because the life totals are so much lower. But in CC, the games are long. The games have gotten surprisingly grindy. I was very impressed in all but one matchup in how eager my opponents were to trade, especially with people respecting Levia and understanding that if I go consumed with even like 10 blood debt, if they block me out, there's a chance they win. Now, for me specifically, I never let that happen. I was always slipping into consumed with a Blood Rush or an Art of War in Arsenal to kickstart like the kill turn basically on the flip. But I think against other Levias, that's the assumption. Or, I mean, against my Levia too, is if I flip into consumed with a little bit too much blood debt, then even an aggro deck can just say, okay, I'll fatigue you then. Because Levia still is gated by action points. So if you're full fatiguing a consumed that is eating like 10 cards a turn, and the consumed player didn't set up a powerful card in Arsenal, then it is literally up to just them luck sacking into like drawing the Blood Rush or not, which is not the game I want to play. I'm never going to play that way. Some Levias will win that way, but I think more consistently than not, if your opponent blocks you out there, they probably win. But that's your fault as the Levia player for playing it wrong. Do you prefer to block with 2 cards to return swing big instead of keeping them to roll and go swing big into another 6? Oh, absolutely. I would rather 2 card 8. Don't push your luck. 2 card 8 is fantastic. Like the roll hands that are supernatural are like the Slithering or the Boneyard with the blue. You're gonna roll. Because with that, you can turn it into an endless mob, basically. 2 card 9, you're going to roll. You didn't have to keep any cards for it. It's just the curve. Like I said, the Savage Feast you can keep, but this is like kind of your Hail Mary play. Or you can go for it early when there's not much of a punish. That's fine too. Or you roll because your Blood Rush drew you into a cost curve you weren't expecting. Or Art of War, similarly. Or it's that late game redeem plan. But I would never, literally never keep cards to roll Scabskins. That's just me. Pat can answer differently. Pat rolls a lot more than I do. And there was one turn, there was one game rather, I think it was like game 2 of the Battle Hardened. I was against no, it was game 3, I think. Yeah, I was against a Bravo, and I was handily winning the game anyway, but Pat was watching my game, and I had just the greediest Scabskins line ever. I think my gamblers were already gone, actually, because I'd like rolled for a Savage Feast or something and like had to pop it. But I kind of had it where it was like, if I don't win this turn, you know, I'm still going to win, but I could roll and win this turn right now. And Pat was right there, and I looked at him, and I was like, Pat, I'm gonna do it, baby. I'm gonna do it for you. I rolled and I hit and just like won the game. So I think that was like truly the only stupidly greedy play I made because it was just unnecessary. It was like a blood rush that was already 18, but I could roll to make it 26 post scabs. It was actually like the exact situation basically that Pat had on stream against Lexi, where he went claw and then rolled scabs with no gamblers just so he could make it 26. It was like the exact same line. I get it. It's fun. It's really cool to just like throw 8 damage for free. It's cool. I like it. I would never actually go for it though. It was mostly Pat's presence. It was just like wafting over me. I had to do it. I smelled the pheromone, you know? What are the new bad matchups in the current meta? Kano. The crazy thing about Levia, and this is actually not even my own copium or anything, the entire team is on the consensus that Levia has at least gotten to the point where every matchup is playable. Like, you can sit down from any matchup, I think other than Kano, and just make sure that it is a playable matchup. And know that you've got ways to win, know that you've got ways to lose, but it is not like ever too unfavored a scenario for you, especially because if anything, you've got the luck sack of like drawing blood rushes. That can just happen, right? So I think she's great. Like, her matchup spread is pretty fantastic. The player skill needs to be high. I was hearing nonstop from people who tried to pick up Levia, like even Mark Johnson trying to play Levia, Lucas Oswald trying to play Levia. Great players now are understanding how hard the hero actually is, and needing to just almost like live and breathe the threat density of your deck, and understanding Arsenal play with Levia massively, I think has always been one of the most skill testing parts of Levia. The amount of times I watch people just like punt Arsenal decisions with Levia is unreal. Also, the fact that blocking early game has huge impact now, not only on graveyard fill, but of protecting what your flip turn looks like, is also unbelievably massive. So the micro decisions and just kind of the understanding of the different phases of the game with Levia and like what your early decisions do to affect those later decisions has gone really deep. Has gone to new highs, honestly. That was you. You were the Bravo. It was disgusting. Yeah, exactly. It was stupid. It was stupid. Like when you just drop an extra 8 damage out of nowhere, like it's gross. It's degenerate. But it's also what Scabs allows for the deck. Also, GG's, my friend. Let the Scabs flow through you. Anyone on the team go up against a Prism? I think there was only one Prism on like the Battle Hardened day, and then maybe like a couple on the PTI day. I don't know. Can you elaborate on the early graveyard fill? I already talked about it, but basically, you've got proactivity now. Art of War fills the graveyard by 3 because there's so many 1-cost. The curve on Art of War is drop 1-cost, and Art of War goes to grave as well. So that's kind of like your turbo starter for just making sure your graveyard's super healthy. Blood Rush also always fills the grave by 2. Pulping fills the graveyard by 2. Savage Feast fills the graveyard by 2. Swing Big fills the graveyard by 1. Obviously, your blocks also do that. You can also burn cards turn 0 pretty freely with playables like the Beast Within, the Wrecker Romp, just burning, barraging beatdowns, even Deadwood. The graveyard fill was never a problem with this deck, which is kind of amazing. I think the main difference maker was the Art of War with the amount of 1-cost. You're no longer playing Art of War to play like a Graveling into a Banisher. That's just not the playline that works anymore. You're playing Art of War to go like 1-cost, and it just fills your graveyard so proactively. It's amazing. Anyway, okay, so that's all that. The Blues. So the main change from Cincinnati to Pittsburgh was barraging beatdown. And my theory on this was, in the matchups where people try to block you out, the best blue you can draw is Convulsions. So I was looking for another Convulsions, basically, to just be this blue that if you're turboing through, even against like an aggro matchup that's trying to now block you out, what blue can I draw that is just better than a pitch card, right? Convulsions is obviously one, but barraging beatdown is the second, because what you can do with this card is incredible in that kind of late game phase where your opponent is just trying to like let Consumed eat your deck. You lead with a Dread Screamer, either from like Blasmo or you have it, right? They will block with 2 cards because Dread Screamer comes in for 6. They will block with 2 cards. They have 2 cards left in hand. Now you play barraging. You int him one of their cards, and then you slam him with another attack. Likely a 1-cost, right? Your deck's full of them. So now you're coming in for 14 damage, but they can only block 9. So barraging like truly deals 5. It's good. It's so good. Barraging, I think, was probably the most overperformer I've ever seen in terms of like, let's just add a blue and have it not be filler, but like have a game plan. Barraging filled its role every time I saw it in that scenario. I mean, early game, it is just like block fodder, pitch fodder, whatever. But in that scenario, it was an incredible overperformer. It did its job every time because your opponent, it's not like they can ignore the dread. If they do, then like you kind of win that exchange anyway. You dealt 3 damage. You're trying to leak damage, right? So incredible card. Also the ability to burn it on turn 0 just to get some graveyard fill going was really good. There were other scenarios as well, like drawing into it on a Blood Rush hand. If it's like before you play your Blood Rush and your opponent didn't attack you, you can just burn it and then just play your Blood Rush hand. If you draw into it post Blood Rush and you don't need it, then same deal. Your opponent is likely, they understand now that they can't trade your Blood Rush turns and will try to block. So they will block 2 cards and then you can barraging, just deal 5 damage with that card. It's crazy. So good. Such an overperformer this weekend. Convulsions, also insane. I don't think I ever actually used it. The late game was honestly so solved by the barraging and like pitch stacking the Blood Rush that I don't think I ever used Convulsions, but it is there. It's very good. Deadwood, I think the most common use of Deadwood was me finding it off Beast Within. Or banishing it off Art of War. I truly, that's probably like the only times it did anything. Was, oh cool, I drew a blue off Beast Within. Or, oh cool, this is a blue I can banish with Art of War. I mean, you don't really play this card. There was a game where like it was my only way to potentially turn off Blood Debt and it worked, but like you don't keep those hands, right? It's fine. It's fine though. Diabolic, utter garbage. I'm so upset with how this card performed this weekend. The only game out of 15 where it did anything was in a pitch stack where it dealt 8 damage on a Blood Rush turn. And it didn't even need to be the Diabolic, I could have just like thrown any other attack. It was just like, oh cool, I've banished because I pitch stacked the Beast Within Blood Rush, so I can use the Diabolic now because it won't do anything at any other freaking point in this game. I'm so upset with this card. The potential was truly there. I even did have a play where I used it to like on defense versus Viscerai, but the Viscerai didn't even go higher than attacking 4 physical, so it was a waste. Blocking 6 with it did nothing. I mean, it came up, but it didn't block the full value. I only played it as a 6 once out of 15 games. So hopefully Pat or Lucas can tell better stories about Diabolic. But for me, unfortunately, this card, even in its cold foil glory, even in the playset of cold foils that I picked up, was just garbo. So sad. So sad. Doomsday, I think I only played it once all weekend. And not to say I didn't try. No, I played it twice. I played it twice out of 15 games. Not to say I didn't try. But the problem with Doomsday now is the window is so small to play Doomsday that it's just a draw sequence card. It is so hard for you to like pitch stack this and like wait for it because most of your games you don't get that decision point unless you're going really late with Redeemed. But then even with Redeemed, like, if you're in the dire situation, are you going to not flip because you're waiting for Doomsday specifically? No, you can't give that up. So Doomsday, just a really awkward card. It only came up twice. One game against the Fatigue Dory, where I did have all the room in the world to know that I was flipping Redeemed and also know that I could wait for my pitch stack. So I just waited for Doomsday and then flip Redeemed. But that's only because the deck literally didn't do anything. The only time it was attacking me was realistically like Tunic for... because it wasn't even the Axe Dory was the other weird thing. It was a 73 card deck, Dawnblade Fatigue Dory, that I think was trying to play Dawnblade into some matchups, but into Levia was pure fatigue. So yeah, like the only real attack was ever Tunic Dawnblade. So I had all the time in the world, right? Anyway, I'm upset because this card used to be like the main reason I wanted to play Levia. Doomsday was just so sick. Before Dromai, of course, like summoning an ally was so cool. But now the window is just not there. You don't get so much agency to really make the call and play for Doomsday because if you're flipping to Consumed, you're just like, you're doing it, right? Like your life threshold is just that 13 point. You don't get to say, nah, I'll wait for another hand and like, wait till I find the Doomsday or whatever. So if you flip to Consumed before you're at 6 blood debt, then Doomsday will never work. If you flip to consumed like right at 6 blood debt, then you need to hope and pray you see Doomsday in the exact next hand, because once you play something out of banished, you're all of a sudden down to 5, right? Into the redeem game plan I already explained. So the window for Doomsday is like somewhere where you're in a matchup where you've banished enough blood debt that it's live, and that you flip to consumed before you're ticking yourself lower than 6, which is like a really strange window, because I think against most aggro matchups, I truly was flipping at like 4 blood debt. So I'm not even sure like where this card lives strategically. It's almost like if it comes up, it comes up. There's nothing you can do to really control its play. Like I did try. I remember there was one game I think against a Briar where I legitimately tried to hit 6 blood debt so I could flip Doomsday before I turned to Plasma. So I was going out of my way to like play more banishers than I would normally feel comfortable with. Like I took some line where I went like Dread into Boneyard, which is normally a lot for your graveyard to handle, but it was specifically because like I was looking to hit six blood debt and it still just didn't come up. So I don't even know like what play decisions you can really make to try to have this function. It's draw sequence. And it's so sad. I love this card, but I don't know if it's really pulling its weight. Pat says it was great because you're just arsenaling it. That seems like a risk. In the old days, I would happily arsenal Doomsday, but that was also because I ran Crown of Providence in every matchup. So if it didn't come up, you could at least cycle it out. But even then, if you're arsenaling Doomsday, you're putting yourself, you're literally committing to needing to hit 6 blood debt before you consume flip, which is not necessarily up to you. You know, that's a lot about what your opponent's doing to you as well to force your life thresholds. So you're putting an Arsenal in a position where it could literally do nothing. So I truly don't think I would ever greed with Doomsday anymore. The card's like way too volatile right now. If it comes up, it comes up. And if it does, it's massive. So as a single card include to potentially deal 6 and give you a husk, basically, it's still really worth it. But I unfortunately can't like play for Doomsday as much as I used to be able to, which is sad. Very sad. Very sad. How do you feel about the one of Blood Dripping Frenzy over the blue non-attacks? Blood Dripping Frenzy just wouldn't do anything for the deck. There's no recursion that you're really trying to hit. And on top of that, there's not enough blood debt even for the buff to do much. Or what is it? If it's banished 6, you get the plus. If you hit blood debt, you draw, something like that. This deck is just not built for that at all. I don't see myself ever wanting to play that card. The point of your blues is to pitch them and specifically use them for your endgame. And all the blues actually do that. Other than Diabolic. This card was trash. But the blue Deadwoods in a pitch stack are really live for when you're pitching like the Art of Wars and Blood Rushes and Beast Withins. If you ever kind of go slow and pitch your yellow power cards, then Deadwood is great because it lines up really well with these, with the Beast Within being able to find it, Art of War being able to banish it, Blood Rush being able to discard it, obviously, Convulsions for Dominate, Barraging for that Intim 5 damage play, the Reckless Swing to end the game. Soul Harvest, actually incredibly playable. I played Soul Harvest like 2 or 3 times to specifically target like the good blood debt that I wanted, which was really cool. And then Wrecker Romp, same deal as the 6s here. You know, you need those alongside Reckless anyway. So the blues are actually all role players. And I feel like drawing a Blood Dripping Frenzy is just not a role player. It's like a spiky blue. And I like my spiky cards, you know, to be more consistent, I think. But if you wanted to splash it, I mean, like, why not? It doesn't hurt. A 1-of is not going to kill the deck. I mean, these literally did nothing, and there were 2 of them in my deck, like, every match. So you can try it, but I wouldn't put it in this build. Every blood debt you banish draws you a card. Every 6 you banish. Yeah. Nah, still doesn't really matter for the deck's game plan. Can you put in anything over Diabolic? It felt super underwhelming. Yeah, no, truly. This card, I'm absolutely taking out going forward. In the blue slot, there are still some other cards that are pretty playable. Like, Blue Unworldly is not bad at all. It's a role player for anytime you splash like a little bit of recursion, which is fine. You can also run more early game playable blues if you really want. Which, yeah, what would that be necessarily? We already have the barragings in there. I don't know. But yeah, the Unworldlies probably can go here pretty easily. You can add the Blood Dripping just because it's a cool Majestic that we got, but if you're keeping cards for a Blood Dripping hand, you're trolling. It is not good enough. But you could do it. You could definitely do it. You could also add blue Endless Maws. Blue Endless Maws have always been a fine blue slot. It's a 2-card 7, which is fine. I mean, it's above rate, right? So yeah, there's a lot that you could kind of end up with on this. Diabolic, unfortunately, was just never it for me. Pat might have other opinions on this, but I think even Lucas was like pretty down on this card in the end. What about blue or yellow pummels? There's no pummel curve for this deck. It is all based on the 1 costs, and there's a lot of like random discard going on with the Pulpings, the Savage Feast. You would just end up with that card dead so much. In a blue slot, maybe you can get away with it. I mean, truly, like anything is better than these, so you can probably get away with it here. But to go out of your way for like the yellow or reds in this deck would not fit the game plan at all. But yeah, 2 blue pummels, sure. Why not? Why not? Then the sideboard for the list. So the plan was into Ranger to take Grasp, cut the Savage Feasts, and play the CNCs. Don't rely on needing to get lucky with a Savage Feast hit on Scabs. Just take the extra block value with Grasp to prevent these like big hit effect arrows, and then try to slow the game down with a CNC. Especially if you can flip on a CNC turn, then you really can win that game. It becomes a lot easier. And sure enough, I think across the entire event, none of us lost to Lexi. You can correct me if that's wrong, Pat, but like I caught you won on stream against Lexi that one time. I beat Alexi. Jesse was beating Lexi's. I think Lucas was beating Lexi's. So I don't know if any of us ever dropped a game to Lexi. That could be wrong. That could be wrong. But that was the game plan, and it worked. It was fine. Guardian of the Shadow Realm and Howl from Beyond were a bit of a hedge against Dorinthia and Bravo. So if it was Fatigue, then the Howl pulls incredible weight. If it wasn't, then the Guardian pulls incredible weight in both those matchups. Same deal against like Azuri. You do the same thing. These cards were fine. Guardian never really did anything because anytime I hedged, it turns out my opponent was trying to Fatigue. So I don't know if you really need this anymore. I think most people now understand that like a Dory deck or a Bravo deck really can't trade and win with Levia. They have to go about other means. But then again, if we're beating the list that try to Fatigue, maybe they have to flip to more aggression. So the hedge here was fine. Guardian really didn't do anything, but it's a hedge, right? Howl, really great. Absolutely fantastic. Against the Fatigue Dorinthia match, it got like 12 value alone. I unfortunately got unlucky, and on my flip turn to Redeemed, I had to Dread Screamer into the Redeem flip, and I really was hoping to not hit the Howl, because I had, played out the Howl to get it in Graveyard, and then played the Dread, because I want to flip to Redeemed with the Howl in the Graveyard, right? But unfortunately, I hit the Howl with the Dread, so I didn't get to loop the Howl post-Redeemed, which was a little sad, but it still got like 12 value, which is fantastic. The Hold the Lines, these can probably go down. 3 didn't really do anything, but the idea here being you can drop like the Diabolics against the Lexi matchup or the Mirror as well, because it's a value game, and the blocking on like a 3 of a kind turn or an Art of War turn, Blood Rush turn, 5 on 1 card, incredible, right? Like why jump through the hoops of trying to make Diabolic Offering a 6 ever, where this card could like just block 5, right? Not saying you ever try to make this a 6 in those matchups, but that's the idea, right? Like just a really high value blocking card in a numbers game is quite strong. So you're going to play it when it consistently can trigger. On top of that, against the Mirror, it can turn off Pulping, which is relevant. And then against Lexi, the floating damage prevention is also pretty key, because they might not come at you for 5 at first, right? Like they might come at you with like a 4 go again arrow. Okay, hold the line. 1 damage floating. They try to then come in and like shoot you for 6, let's say. And you go, okay, block card, block with armor, float the 1 on hold the line. Like it does come up. Card was fine. It didn't really like overperform or anything, but it did what it was supposed to, which was cool. And then obviously this card is nutso. Like I said, I flipped into Consume 10 times. None of them 3 times, and redeemed twice across 15 games. Crown of Providence is for Lexi, Dromai, Arachne, which, funny enough, you have to consider Arachne because I did play against an Arachne now. I don't know if I'd run it. I'd probably run it against like Azalea as well, right? There's probably no reason not to run it against Azalea. But the idea being, against those decks, like same deal with Lexi, there are situations where Fleshbag might get value, but it's always a bit of a gamble because you're like hoping that it intims out like a Codex or like intims out their Bolt and Shot play. Like you're like hedging and like waiting for that line if you go flesh bag. But if you go crown, you on demand get to say, okay, regardless of the effect, the block is what I need. Cycling my hand is what I need. Whatever, just go for it. Make your game plan more consistent than trying to intim some maybes on their end. And then against Dromai, Crown of Providence is fantastic because of Lost in Thought. So card is really good. Tunic is against Icelander and I guess Kano. I also played it against the Fatigue Dory deck because I knew they were Fatigue, and it was really strong with the Howl from Beyond. I feel like Tunic single-handedly made the Howl from Beyond playable like every hand, which was crazy. So that was good. Tunic was also the reason I was able to pitch stack 7 Dread Screamers against the Dory and still deal nutso damage. Mostly because the Tunic supplemented all the curve where I was like, you know, kind of going negative to pitch in the reds and stuff like that. So card was good. If you know it's like absolutely pure fatigue, I would take it. That can be potentially a dash. It can be Bravo. I don't know if I'd take it against Bravo even if it's full fatigue. But there really were full fatigue Bravos like Rampart, Peace of Minds, Oasis. Like they were out there at the Battle Hardened. I don't know if they'll stick. But yeah, anything pure fatigue, I'd take this. Grasp of Darkness was for Lexi. I assume you can probably also run it against Azalea, but I didn't test that matchup. Grasp, just same deal. Like we're taking out the Savage Feast anyway for the CNCs. So there's no like forced roll hand ever in the deck basically. And with that, you get the extra ability to not only say I'm blocking with a card and equipment to block 5, but you can get really sneaky with Grasp. There's all those scenarios where it might be a Rain Razors, right? It might be a Rain Razors. So you block perfectly on the arrow. If it is a Rain Razors and some crazy detrimental hit effect, you can say, okay, trigger Grasp, and it eats the 2. Card is really good. It performed really well for me. Nullrune Gloves. This was against Viserai and Vynnset. I was of the opinion that Fleshbag pulled its weight way too much against those decks, so I was happy to take Nullrune Gloves and Fleshbag, lose Gamblers, it's fine. And it worked. And then Spoiled Skull against Icelander and I guess Kano, but we're giving up the Kano matchup. The idea on AB2 against Icelander is, in theory, you're a 3-hand deck, or a 3-card deck, where you have a 4th card per turn that you don't really need to do anything with, right? Unless you're rolling scabs every turn, but that's not going to be the game plan into Ice. You're trying to play 3 cards. So if that's the case, and your opponent disrupts you, then that 4th card in hand is going to go and pay into the disruption to some degree. It's either going to pay for the Frostbite, right? And then if it's a blue, there's going to be 2 floating for 3 total resources, right? But 1 is going to the Frostbite, so then there's 2 left. Those 2 just soak into AB. Easy. That's the plan. That's the plan. For me, it worked fantastically. The Icelander game that I lost was my own punt. I can't believe how terrible I am at this game. But I literally thought CLF was breaking. We'll get into it, but I thought CLF, Channel Lake Frigid, was breaking. And so I kept a hand. It was a Bull Lander, by the way. I kept a hand, traded some damage, so I thought I could make a 2-card play back into them. And then, holy crap, their CLF didn't break. And it was like, wait, what? My 2-card hand is not playable anymore. And I just took damage for this play. And my brain just exploded. Like, it was just so obviously never correct. Like, everything was face up. It wasn't like a cheeky, I'm going to Waning Moon, then get the ice card in to stick CLF. It was literally just there was an ice card in pitch, and CLF didn't have a counter. And I don't even quite remember what my thinking was. I think in my head, CLF already had a counter, so it was breaking because it needed 2 ice cards. But then I also like vaguely remember thinking I saw an Ice Eternal, not a Frost Hex. So it's like, something was just wrong with me that round. But that's why I lost. I took 2 free damage, and then lost the game to Exaxes like 4 turns later. Just awful, just awful. If I had saved that life, it didn't matter that I had no turn because there was no punish on that next turn cycle. My opponent was off Arsenal, which is one of the reasons I tried to keep that hand. So it's not like the cards I kept went into AB anyway. They were just dead cards. I IP2'd myself. And then lost to exact lethal with my opponent needing to draw red Aether Ice Vein off the top for lethal. They were off Arsenal. If they drew it, I was dead because of that decision with life earlier, and they just drew it. So you can blame it either on my misplay, which was just obviously a misplay, or my opponent getting lucky because they did just have 1 out, and that was to draw the red Aether Ice Vein. They'd already played 2. So, I mean, it just happens, right? It just happens. But no, the game plan overall into Icelander worked swimmingly. Thought it was fine. The idea with Spoiled Skull as well is if you can get Icelander off of Arsenal, which can happen quite a bit because you are slamming significant damage, then you don't mind using Spoiled Skull, like for this action here, to make sure your hand can punish the fact that they're off Arsenal. You can Spoiled Skull, target like a Blood Rush, target a Pulping, target like a Dread Screamer, right? And just make sure that your hand is live when they're off Arsenal. So that was the idea. I think it's much better than AB3 for this kind of build, because like I already explained, you're a 3-card deck, and so that 4th card pays into the tax in AB. That 4th card can never AB3 and pay the tax, right? If it's a blue, it can pay the tax and AB2, so it might as well be AB2 because there's upside on Spoiled Skull. That was the theory. Anyway, deck was really good. Jesse's list was, I think, like I said, 4 cards off or so. I know he ended up running blue Unworldlies somewhere. I think he was on 1 or 2 blue Unworldlies still. And also, like 1 or 2 yellow Hungerings, if I'm not mistaken. There was a big debate on whether or not we should just run yellow Hungerings and roll Scabs more, or just take the yellow Dreads. And obviously, I'm in the camp of take yellow Dreads and not roll Scabs more, but there's that. Anyway, matchup specifically. Let's talk about the day. So my Levia run, honestly, started really, really well. My round 1 was against a Lexi. And this game, obviously, it freaks you out a little bit, right? Hold up, I'm doing this differently now, where I'm just going to export the file live. There we go. Yeah, so my round 1 was against a Lexi. And it was a really tight game to get things going. It was against Damien. Shout out Damien. And I ended up going to 1 with him as well at 1. And I did close it and win. I don't quite remember every detail about this game, but there was a CNC turn. I did CNC flip, and I remember that being just absolutely massive. That was just like, you don't win the game. If I can't CNC and flip in the same turn, I don't win the game there. And I did. And so I won. I also had to flip at 15 instead of 14 because they had Hornet Sting. That was another thing that came up. But yeah, won the game. And I know it says like I'm at 1 in the end here. Or rather, my notepad says I was at 1 in the end. But it was in that cycle of like, Lexi is stuck at a 2-card hand for the rest of the game inevitably post my flip, because of how life was trading. So it's at 1, but it's like a super healthy 1, because there's no cheeky damage they can pull on a 2-card hand. Like, it's just not going to happen. So yeah, just like eventually close that game. It was really good. It was really good. So round 1, happy little win. Let me export this again. Yes, there we go. Round 1, win. Actually, what? Green makes sense as a win, right? I won. The Lexi didn't win. Red is loss. If they're circled in red, I lost to them. Does that make sense? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It'll make sense. Let me also just put the record up here, because why not? 6-2. Export this again. Okay, there we go. Other Ethan is in the chat. Any games versus Runeblades? Yeah, plenty of games versus Runeblades. I beat Michael Fang, which we're going to get to. Michael Fang on Briar, I beat him. So there you go. Beat the Pro Tour champion. He's on Briar. I'm on Levia. I won. How about that, Ethan? What up? What up? Okay, round 2. Chaotic Galaxy is also named Ethan. I'm not talking to myself. I talk to myself a lot, but not in this scenario. All right. Round 2. My round 2 was against a Viscerai. And this was a really interesting game to play with someone who like deeply respects Levia now. I feel like Viscerais used to never respect Levia. And to be fair, their deck can draw in a way where they don't have to respect you. But he was in the kind of like awkward draw phase where he had a gas turn and then like a bad turn and then like a gas turn and then like a bad turn. And the reality was my hands didn't really trip. It was just like my 3-card hand, my 2-card hand, my 3-card hand, my 3-card hand, my 2-card hand, my Blood Rush, my 2-card. It was a bit of a grindy game. But across the board, my hands just were a bit better than his. And that is to say, that's kind of the epitome of the Viscerai matchup. It's why I think it's so degenerate and just boring. There is almost no gameplay decisions being made in the Viscerai match. It is just draw sequence. If the Viscerai draws the Mordred, Revel, Rattlebones, like swarming, blah, 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 then there's nothing you can do. You just get rolled. If you just draw your better hands and like Viscerai's just clunk, there's nothing they can do. They just lose. So it just like doesn't matter. Like almost at all what decisions you make. The game is just the most draw sequence matchup I've ever seen. It's so miserable. I feel bad for my opponents because I get way too salty in this matchup, whether I win or lose. It's just so degen. I hate this match. I hate it. But I did win. But I did win against the Visceri. So we'll mark that. Let me save this. Unfortunately, that alert is going to happen every time I do this. So that was a win. Round 2 against Visceri. The end life totals there were 15-0. I didn't flip that game. Like I said, I just kind of had the better hands. And then once I found my first Blood Rush, it was just like too torrential. And it put Visceri to the point of like needing to block out and never being able to return again. So I literally just didn't even flip. Didn't need to. The early game trade was relatively even, but it came down to like his stumble, my power turn. That's it. He didn't make any choices that lost him the game. I didn't make any choices that won me the game. It's just what happened. So boring. Okay, then the next round was Bravo, which we'll mark here. Played against a Bravo, and this was, I was still unsure whether it was full fatigue or not. It seemed to me more of like a mid-range Bravo, but I think Pat had told me that this guy had tried to full fatigue him. So I was hedging more towards the Bravo playing that way, even though the deck, from what I had seen, it was still like an Anothos deck, you know, it still had its reds, whatever. So I went into it just with that like kind of hedge board of the one Guardian, the one Howl, and I won once again without flipping, 16-0. Bravo just doesn't have room. They just can't really beat you now. It always came down to Bravo needing to punish your blood debt with a crippling pummel, but that means that they had to keep that hand, right? So they would need to protect their HP the entirety of the matchup, just so that the turn where they had crippling pummel and the turn that I had blood debt, they would tank, hit that hand, and I just die. That's like the only way Bravo could function and actually win the matchup. Because if they just traded hands back and forth, Levia's just better numbers, and you can shrug off most of the hit effects. Like even Spinal Crush doesn't even land up that well. I love it when they Spinal and you're like, okay, you 3-card 9'd, I'm going to 2-card 9 with Endless Maw. You know, it's wonderful. Or you can do the same thing. Like they do that hand at you. You've got Slithering and Boneyards and a blue. You're going to roll Scabs on that hand anyway. 2-card 9 them. You're just better value. You know, it's crazy. So, yeah, that matchup, pretty easy. I had the Guardian of the Shadow Realm banished in that game as well. I think I'd found it on like a Beast Within and just it was sitting there and banished. So truly, if I like flipped into Blasmafet, the game would get really impossible for my opponent because he was already so low on life that if he like found room, tried to like slam me, I had the Guardian that I could pull out post Blasmo. So everything was just kind of like lining up there. I don't think I even found the Howl that game. It was just a question of like playing patient, make sure my hands don't lose value. I had that one Blood Rush where I made it 26 damage off the Scabs roll that I didn't need to, but I think I was going to win that anyway. I wasn't low on resources or anything. So anyway, that was the Bravo win there. I truly don't think my opponent did anything wrong. And so maybe this matchup is potentially like a tilter now for the Bravos. Kale McCreath seems to think that he's got it in the bag. He messaged me on Twitter and asked for practice games into Levia because he thinks it's an easy matchup. And yet all the testing team, all the games we've played, says this matchup got even easier than before. And before, it required like actual dedicated tech and it became a fine matchup. Now you almost don't need the tech and it's a fine matchup. I'd be interested in playing those games. Yeah, actually, I do want to play those games. I'll reach out to him at some point this week. Then round 4 was Icelander. This one I already talked about a little bit, but this was the worst punt of my life. Literally, game was going amazing, and I just didn't triple check that CLF was breaking, and punted the game. It's so inexcusable because there's just like nothing that should have stopped me from making the correct play there. It was so face up. And yet I was in a position where I thought Channel Lake Frigid was breaking, kept a 2-card hand to play into the Icelander that turns out wasn't playable because CLF was still around. It was all face up. It was all face up. I literally could have just triple checked the board state and would have known, oh, I can't make this play. Let me block with an extra card on like the Wounded Bull or whatever it was and just save HP. They're off Arsenal. We're good. We're in a great position this game. Truly, the life was like, at that point, it was like 16 to like 8, something like that. I was at 16, they were at 8. We're in a good position. Weren't really in like the fear range of them being like an extra half turn cycle ahead because of storm starters or whatever. But nope, that punt alone, I just time walked myself and lost just the littlest bit of damage. That was the difference maker in what was the eventual lethal, where they had to just draw Red Aether Ice Vein or they lose. And they drew it with no arsenal. They just drew the Red Aether Ice Vein, had exact lethal on, like, 4 turns later, whatever it was. Oh, so tilting, so tilting. But that's my bad. That's my bad, That was totally me. There's nothing I can say other than I'm dumb. It wasn't variance. It wasn't even like what my opponent did necessarily. I mean, they still actively had to win the game, which they drew into off the top. So, I mean, they did that. But the losing play was just me, like 4 turns previous. Oh, so sad. That was such a tilter. Such a freaking tilter. Then round 5 was the Fatigue Dory. Fatigue Dory was a very interesting game. Let me load this graphic up. There we go. Fatigue Dory was a really interesting game. I flipped into Redeemed at 19 life. So I dealt myself 11, basically, to flip into Redeemed. But I needed to for the kind of late game that I was setting up. I actually knew I had a hand that couldn't turn off Blood Debt coming up in the pitch stack. It was like Diabolic, Wrecker, Reckless or something. It was trash. And I knew that was coming up in the pitch stack. And I had just been taken off Arsenal because of some play I made. So I was terrified, like absolutely terrified, that I would just draw that hand and die. And I couldn't quite remember where it was in the game. So I made a insano play to flip to Redeemed, deal myself 11. But it was off the back of a 6 as well. My turn ended up being Dread Screamer, Blasmafet, Flip, Redeemed all at once, which was really overwhelming. Like at that point, it didn't matter that I dealt 11 to myself because I'd also kind of like gained 6 because I also dropped Blasmafet the same turn. That game was really, really fun to play. It was like playing against a training bot. This is actually a funny thing that Pat started to call the Axe Dory list more than anything, is playing against the Fatigue Dory is like a training bot in like even Overwatch or something. The thing that just stands there and just like shoots this like piddly little damage. It's up to you to, get your best DPS off, land the headshots, whatever, because the deck's not punishing you at all. The deck is just sitting there and basically saying like, I'm a wall, beat me. But unlike Oldhim, it's just worse at that. But also, unlike Oldhim, you're not specifically probably teching your deck to have to beat the fatigue strategy like you had to do when Oldhim was around, right? So it's a bit different. So, like, for this matchup, I didn't have crazy tech. I had a singular howl. Oh, that was you, not Pat. Oh, I'm pretty sure Pat also said it. A lot of people have been saying that, but there we go. Shout out to Second Cycle then, coining the term right there. That it's just a training bot deck. And sure enough, this was just nothing but me trying to play the deck perfectly, min-maxing every single hand, pitch stacking like a god. Truly, by the end of the game, it was insane. We end the game, right? And, shake hands with my opponent, great game, all that stuff. We had a bunch of people watching the game, and I go, holy crap, I only played 1 Dread Screamer. This entire game. I won a game against a Fatigue Dory, dealing 11 to myself, flipping the Blasmo, the Redeemed, all that, and I played 1 Dread Screamer. I flipped over the deck, and sure enough, the pitch stack was like red dread, yellow dread, blue dread, red dread, blue dread, like yellow dread. Like it was just, they were all right there. Just I was waiting because the value I kept getting out of my turns was just howl looping and making them full block. And then the dreads were going to be the closer. But I was actually getting worried that I couldn't close because I hadn't kept the howl in my graveyard when I flipped to Redeemed. I had accidentally banished it off the Dread Screamer on the flip turn, so I didn't have the howl in the graveyard for me to loop it on the dreads like I had planned. So I was a little panicky that like maybe I couldn't actually close. But like I mentioned earlier, I did wait for a situation where I could roll another 6 and win because I really wasn't under any threat. So we just played to that out instead because rolling a 6 was the difference of like swinging the last claw or not, right? So yeah, it was just a really cool game, really interesting game. Anyway, won that one. So that put us at 4-1. And this is where they asked me if I wanted to be on stream for the next round. But I decided not to because this was now the winning, and it was me versus Jesse. And Jesse, fellow teammate on Runaways, he was on the same Levia build. Like I mentioned, maybe like 4 cards off. So Jesse was on Levia, and we both know the matchup really well. Jesse's been playing the deck for a long time too. He's, of all the people who've like jumped on the bandwagon, he probably has the most reps behind me on the team. Maybe Lucas does, right? But anyway, Jesse also has like a super blinged out Levia deck. He's a diehard player, but he plays a bit more competitively than me, so he just hasn't been playing her at all the events like I have. But he still has the reps, right? Very good player. So we played our mirror, and from the get-go, we're feeling like shit. I mean, it is a team kill. The fact that one of us won't make top 8 now is just such a killer, because we were both X1. Oh, shoot, there were actually 8 rounds at this event. I gotta... Oh, hold up. I have this off. I was basing this off of 8 rounds. This is not true. I spoiled the round 7 here. That was round 7. Round 6 was a different matchup. Hold up, I'll fix the graphic. Okay, this was the actual round. There we go. Okay, so then my round 6 was against Michael Fang. I mean, this is a good story anyway. My round 6 was against Pro Tour champion Michael Fang on Briar, right? And this game was a freaking nail-biter. I won at 2. So I guess that's spoiling it. I won at 2 life, so there you go. Flipping to consumed this game. And just had... I mean, it was truly like one of the tightest games of Flesh and Blood. Michael is such a delicate player. He truly thinks not only about what is on his end of the table, but more than anyone else I've ever seen, he wants to check your graveyard, your banished zone, you know, what's playable, what isn't, tracks your pitch stack. Like, the man is just very patient and calculated, and if he needs to take his time on a turn cycle to appreciate every single card that is visible to him, he will do it. Because if it gives him even like the 1% decision-making like difference in his favor, then like, you know, you might as well take the time. So this is one of the games where it's an aggro mirror, but we almost went to time because we were just both playing super patient. I was doing what I could at the same time, but like there is less to track with Briar. You know, they're shuffling their deck with Sonata. They're not really banishing anything. There's nothing extra there. So I didn't get to look as cool and flashy as Michael did because he was checking, you know, 3 different zones. I'm just like looking at 1. But it was a very calculated, slow game. Ended up winning at 2 life. And this was like kind of the scary point because you get to a point with Briar, I'm not running AB, where if I'm even at like 4 life, I consider the game almost lost because all they need to do is keep a blue for Runechant Rosetta, Runechant Rosetta, Runechant Rosetta, and you will just die. So like 4 life is my fear factor range because that's putting you either on like a 4-turn clock at the minimum, or potentially they are able to throw like a Rosetta turn with like a Runechant, and then you're on a 2-turn clock, right? So it was a very, very scary endgame. I don't remember exactly how I won. It wasn't a reckless swing because I killed him when he was at 3 going into the turn. So apologies, I don't remember what the endgame was on that one. But I did win, and it was a consume flip. I feel like it was the 4-wide Blood Rush. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, I remember how I won. Yeah, it was the 4-wide Blood Rush. Yes. So, this was kind of the quintessential, like, set your Blood Rush in Arsenal, then flip to consumed, because we were trading pretty equally. My life was at, like, 29, his 27. My life was at 20 to his 20. My life was at 14 to his 13. So, yeah. So, relatively, I've got the notepad I'm looking at. So relatively we're even, right? So what I need to do is make sure I just kill him on the big push turn so that I don't just die to the trickle of Runechant damage, right? So I set the Blood Rush in Arsenal, go for the flip, and then have my 26 damage turn and just win the game. That makes a lot more sense now as to what that end game was. But I went to 2 to do it. So very good game. It's a very slow game. We probably played like 10 turns or so, which is rare for the Briar game, but it was a lot of respect on both ends. I never went for some greedy Scabskins play this game. There was 1 turn where I got a full... No, I think there were 2 turns this game where I rolled Scabs. One was the Boneyard line, where you have a blue, and then with your boneyard, it's only one cost. You might as well roll because you can hit scabs. And I remember I started to roll the die, and then I looked at Michael, and he was like whinging a bit, and I'm like, or like wincing a bit, and I'm like, oh, here, do you want to roll it? And he goes, yes, thank you. So I give him the die to roll instead because, I mean, you never know, like, especially, I mean, it'd be ridiculous for me to be using like loaded dice or something, but who knows? Like maybe I've got some flourish to it. I promise you I don't. But just for you know, consistency's sake, to keep it all above board, I just gave him the die. I'm like, look, Michael, like I don't want to win off of like any weirdness. Like you roll the die. So he rolls the die. It hit. That was big. And then later he gave me a 4-card hand. And once again, I give him the die and he hit. And that was big. So the 2 times I rolled scabs that game, he rolled for me and hit both times. I didn't even have to use gamblers. So that was kind of funny. But I didn't go out of my way to roll scabs ever. It was just like a natural scabs curve and then a full hand that I got to keep. Scabs type of hand. So anyway, that was it. That was the Michael Fenn game. Really cool game though. I don't think I've had a Runeblade match take that long to play. To my credit, I guess, the turn that he found CMH was relatively early, but it wasn't a playable turn, so it ended up in Arsenal, and then it just never did anything. So there wasn't like the crazy early game CMH blowout start. He had to play slow for it, but then playing slow never let him play it. So I don't think there's anything you could necessarily do. But, you know, it happens. You don't always just slam CMHs. You don't always slam Blood Rushes. I think, like on my end, the 26 damage Blood Rush is really what carried. I don't remember if I even had a Blood Rush before that. I probably had like a good Art of War. I don't know why my memory's so foggy that game. It was a long, arduous match. I wish I remembered more details, but at least it was a win. Anyway, next round. Next round was the mirror match with Levia, with my teammate Jesse. So this is when they asked me if I wanted to be on stream, and I did say no. Because the Levia mirror match is such a heartbreaker. Such a heartbreaker. And there's not much you can do. You know, it comes down a lot to draw a sequence of the deck. It comes down to, you know, who kind of punts first on like a gambler's roll, who, you know, misses on the graveyard, who gets cheesed by like a reckless swing and misses consumed, something like that. So we kind of sat down and just said, you know what, buddy, at least one of us is making top 8. No hard feelings. We play our game out. He wins the die roll, decides that his best percentage chance, and he's actually totally right on this, is to go second in the mirror and pray. Because if you go second and pray that you have playables, then you are just ahead. You know, you're the same deck, but now you're the same deck that has tempo. Because you went second and you had playables. So he made the gamble. Because it's also possible that you go second and all you do is claw. It's possible. It's less likely now than it was before. So out of every other matchup where I'm trying to go first, in the mirror, I think it is correct, go second. You need every percentage you can. So he goes second and he starts with an Art of War turn that ends up throwing, I think, 11 damage, something like that. Is that right? I feel like it was an Art of War Claw turn. That might be right. Anyway, it was quite a good first turn when you expect that, you know, the floor is, you know, just claw pass. The ceiling being, you know, hit an Art of War, hit a Pulping, hit a Savage Feast, hit a Blood Rush even. The Art of War is like pretty up there. It's not quite Blood Rush, but it's like the second best, you know. So he had it. And that kind of told the story of the entire game. Tempo was in his court the entire game. I had a Blood Rush that drew into all reds and only dealt 13. And then I had another Blood Rush that was, I think, only claw, like something miserable. I forget what happened on that one. But basically, I played 2 Blood Rushes and they had no impact, which is crazy because it normally is who plays the first Blood Rush will likely win. But the fact that he started with tempo and then my Blood Rushes just didn't pan out was awful, because then it meant, oh my god, as soon as he sees a Blood Rush, I just lose. Because I've lost my potential now to go like crazy Blood Rush into crazy Blood Rush, but he hasn't. And yet we're still like at parity. And then sure enough, he finds a Blood Rush and I lose the game like pretty instantly. So it was just a awkward game for that. Very awkward. Nothing you could really do about it. He did end up making top 8 though, because at this point, whoever won was locked. So I was at this point just playing for my pride. You know, play to be the bubble boy and at least have that to my name. And so sure enough, in the last round of the day, I played against an Azuri. and did win against Azuri, and ended up 6-2, bubbling out at 12th. And it's just so sad because, 140 players, 8 rounds at an event like this is so tough to make the cut at. And I had everything going for me up until round 7. Like, truly, that in terms of like lucky wins, I think the luckiest game was the Viserai, because the Viserai really had some dud hands. Thank God. Thank God. And then I did like punt a game, but was coming back. The Icelander game. Absolute punt on my end, but I was coming back. Literally gave up the game, and yet still was able to try to win out, still trying to fight my way to top 8. But it was the round 7 loss in the mirror to a teammate that just did it in for me. And I truly, like, in retrospect, I would love to go back and like try to pick apart, the gameplay error, the thing that like threw the game. And unfortunately, there isn't one in the mirror. And it just sucks. It just sucks. It just came down to, he went second, had a really good going second turn. My Blood Rush turn did nothing, into his Blood Rush turn winning the game. And that's just it. That was just the whole deck, the whole matchup. So that sucks. And it actually like speaks kind of badly of Levia from your opponent's perspective. I feel like playing against Levia is what everyone else must feel like playing against Levia. Like, that makes sense, right? The Levia mirror, you're playing against Levia. Everyone else is playing against Levia, regardless of what their deck is doing or not. This idea of like, holy crap, they might just vomit damage on me and I'll just lose because I just don't have better math. That's actually like kind of miserable, So, maybe Levia isn't so fun to play against. Truly. Because it doesn't even come down to scabs. Like, if you're playing against me, I'm not like rolling scabs and trying to luck sack that way. Other Levias might. So maybe that's like a different perspective as well. Like, the more they roll scabs, the more tilted it is to play against them as well. But to just sit down and play against a Levia that says like, oh, cool. I'm just going to like throw a 2-card 9. I'm going to throw a 3-card 12. I'm going to throw a 3-card 18. I'm going to flip, deal 26. I'm going to Reckless Lock you. I'm going to Dread you, then barraging your last card, and then kill you. I'm going to Convulsions, then kill you. Like, it is just raw damage, but holy crap, is it a lot of it. And we're starting to see it be more consistent as well. I mean, Jesse making top 8, Pat making top 8 right before, and then Pat making top 8 at the PTI event day after as well. I mean, that's consistent results for the Levia deck here. We're all on like the same build, same team, same theory, and consistently getting up there. So it feels good for the deck, but my God, like, maybe it's a bad thing for the community writ large, because Levia might be miserable to play against. I think that's what I might have learned after this weekend. Might just be miserable to play against. But people will learn that in time. Maybe for now, they still think it's fun. Like, oh, that's cute. Someone's trying to play Levia. But then Levias actually start winning, and that's cool. So anyway, that was the top 8 run that I bubbled out of at 12th. Very sad, very sad. It's the right record, but the loss was literally 1 round away from it being a guaranteed top 8 run. At 140 players, it was a freaking massive event. Unfortunately, because it was a battle-hardened, though, the prizing is locked to like the 2K prize pool. So getting 12th, like in theory making top 16, had the right record, bad bubble. I got nothing, played my heart out, 8 rounds, long ass day. The drama of it all, bubbling out, and there's just no additional prizing. That's just a problem with the battle hardened format overall, though. They're really not meant to be massive events. You want a massive event, go to a calling. The battle hardens thrive at like, kind of that 7-round area. 8 rounds is a lot for battle hardened. It's a lot, especially when there's like no additional prizing. So most players, the second they're at 2 losses, they just drop. So it's kind of a grindy, long, sweaty day. And for me to like have it live for so long and then like lose out in round 7, knowing that like round 8 didn't matter. Oh, so unfortunate, so unfortunate. But obviously happy for Jesse. Happy that he was able to rep Levia, even though the top 8 game was pretty unfortunate. He played into Icelander, into Rhea in the top 8, and pitched 2 Blood Rushes, The reality of that matchup is you do just have to slam power cards because you're not going to realistically like fatigue out the Icelander. You know, that you're not on enough blues. Like, you will get trapped on, you know, any turn you like play into Blood Debt. Like, then you need to keep playing into Blood Debt. And he kind of had weird plays there where it was playing a Mark of the Beast, taking up Blood Debt a little bit, but then not committing to aggro because he pitched away 2 Blood Rushes. It's like, at the end of the day, if they get CLF, they get CLF. You have to just slam them because you're not going to see it anyway if it's in your pitch stack in that matchup. You're not. So, unfortunately, yeah, tough loss to watch. Tough loss to watch. But at least he made top 8, right? He was there. Rep Levia, Jesse. Well done. Well done. So that was the Battle Hardened run. 6-2. 6-2. Pretty good. They almost always are massive in the EU. Yeah, I mean, that's a problem with how the Battle Hardens are just set to not scale then, right? If they're always massive, then just scale up the Battle Hardens to reflect that, right? But there is no scaling based on attendance. It's locked to the 2K prize pool, so you're just stuck with it. If tons of people show up en masse and, you know, add to this the excitement of, oh my god, this is going to be a huge event, this is so cool, oh my god, it doesn't actually translate to anything for the players, though. That's kind of the problem, right? A little bit of a problem. The last Battle Harden you did was 170 plus, and it wasn't even that big of a Battle Harden for EU. Yeah, so give EU more callings. Just give EU more callings then. Right, the Battle Harden circuit, I think it might be something that the player base is just a little too excited for. Traveling for Battle Hardens is really bad, like, return on investment, you know? Like, the expected value of a Battle Hardened is most of the time, like, break even for first and second, and just none for anyone else. I've lived that reality for a long time, but at least for me, when I was traveling to them, I would stream them, so, you know, I was never going in with the assumption of, like, making any money, because that's just not how it works. But for the players who, like, go and travel, I would love to know, like, at what point does it stop becoming worth it? Of, like, oh, man, like, this is going to be a fun weekend, I'm going to spend, like, 300 total to, like, you know, gas, plane, whatever, hotel, just to only make that back if you get first, which is, like, always just going to be a little bit of everything. A little bit of luck, a little bit of good matchups, a little bit of you just being him on the day. So I don't know what the fix is. Either scale the Battle Hardens or just give more callings. Like, truly, this Battle Harden could have been a calling. Chicago's prime for it. I think tons of people would have gone. If 140 people go for a Battle Hardened, imagine what it would have been for a calling. Yeah. Anyway, I think as a player traveling to Battle Hardens, I won't do it again. But as a streamer going to Battle Hardens, I mean, I've got to do it. I enjoy the coverage aspect of it, everything. At Baltimore, they at least gave prize tickets for top 24. Well, that's nice. That's nice. What was it, like 50? Wasn't it like 50 prize tickets? I remember someone vaguely mentioning that. Yeah, you're excited for Battle Hardens just because we don't have callings. That's kind of the point, right? Just make more callings then. Do it. Because Battle Hardens are very much a different tier. Like, it definitely is hard logistically to just say do more callings, because callings are a drastically different prize pool, right? $20,000 guaranteed in the pot, whereas Battle Hardens are a tenth of that, 2K, right? But there is no in-between of having, like, a scaling event that could kind of satiate both ends. Instead, it's hard for LSS, obviously, to say, let's make it a calling, because 20K is a lot of money to put up front. And it's a lot easier for them to say, let's just do a Battle Harden. But there is probably some middle ground to be had in, well, if the Battle Hardens get big enough, that's a lot of entry fees being paid, right? Like, there maybe could be room for scalability with a different model. Anyway, not my job. Not my job. It was still a very fun event. Very fun event. And well run by MinMax. And they did have a Blitz event going on for anyone who did decide to drop. And Rachel took it down on Dash, which was also really sick. So a lot of good stories going on during the day. Top 8 was super varied as well on... Actually, no. Was it? What was top 8? Wasn't it like 3 Lexi, 2 Icelander, Levia... Wasn't it was in like a Dromai? Wasn't that top 8? It's not actually that varied, but still cool to see Levia. Still cool to see Levia, obviously make it. Okay. Ugh. Levi, I plan to lose money at every event I travel to, but it's so much fun, you'll keep doing it when you can. Yes. I think that's the pitfall most of us are in. It is just so much fun. It doesn't matter about the money. It is just so much fun that we'll keep going no matter what. Unless you're like Brody Spurlock or I guess Rhea these days. You can basically look at a Battle Harden and say, okay, I'll clean up. No sweat, no sweat. And they really are so much fun. This event was an unbelievable blast. Just seeing everybody, really, really cool. There is Battlehard Atlanta coming up pretty soon as well. That'll be another exciting one run by MinMax. Atlanta is a great city. The Coke Museum is there. That's a fun time. I don't know if it's more fun than going to Six Flags the day before the Battle Hardened in Chicago. But going to the Coke Museum in Atlanta, that's a good time. You can try all the different Coke flavors across the world. There's a movie theater that only shows Coke commercials. I'm a big fan. Okay. Anyway, the day 2 run. Let's cover this one. This one is a much different story. Oh, it's so tragic. So absolutely tragic. Let me delete all these. Move these over here. This is the PTI event. PTI. Round 1, round 7. Okay, here we go. Round 1 of the PTI event was once again a team kill on Levia. And this was so sad because Pat, more than anyone, is like my blood brother when it comes to Levia now. And we did pair round 1 of the PTI event on Sunday. And it just sucks because, once again, like, unless your second loss is exactly round 7 at this point, or if you just win out, then, like, the loss in round 1 is obviously the worst thing that can happen to you, right? And we pair up. And it's the mirror match again. And this is just not fun. It's just not a fun game to play. So, I did what Jesse did to me, basically, which is win the die roll, go second, and start with an Art of War turn. It's exactly what Jesse did to me. I did it to Pat, and I won the game. That was it. I don't think it really came down to much else. You know, it was just, we're playing the same deck, but I had the tempo, and he did not. And that was it. That was it. Very unfortunate. You know, there's just, like, not much skill expression there. You're both going to do the exact same plays where you flesh bag a Blood Rush turn, you know, you control your life for the consume flip. The one thing that could have happened that game was the reckless swing scenario where I basically put myself in a spot where on my flip turn, if Pat had a reckless, I would miss my consume flip, and it was straight greed. I don't think there was exactly another way to do it anyway, though, because if I blocked with armor, then I wouldn't be able to flip that turn. So it was probably down to like a blocking decision previous somewhere where I could have controlled the life to be slightly different, like 16 instead of 15, but I couldn't control it on the turn previous because the armor would have put me at a range where Blood Debt wouldn't have ticked me down. So that was like the one big panic moment, but it's just like, if you have it, you have it. I know you're on 2 Reckless because I'm on 2 Reckless. It's going to be the same deal. And he had the Reckless, but no 6 in hand. So I got the flip out of the way. Pat got his flip out of the way. Game continues. And, you know, that was that. It was still the same thing of, like, we're doing the same thing, but I'm a turn ahead. And that was it. You had a super interesting spot in that game. Yeah, that was the same thing. Same thing. Okay, then round 2. You won't believe it. You won't believe it. But round 2 was another Levia mirror. And for once in my life, I actually, like, I think literally the first time ever, I enjoyed the heck out of this Levia mirror because I decided, I've already played the mirror twice now, doing the exact same thing that my opponent is doing, right? When I played against Jesse, we did the exact same thing, but he went second and just, you know, beat me. We were doing the exact same thing, but he went second, had tempo, and beat me. I played against Pat. We did the exact same thing, but I went second, had tempo, and won. So against this guy, this is a friend of mine from back in Michigan, actually, Paul. He's mostly a Rhinar player. Against my friend Paul, I decided, let's shake it up. Let's shake it up. Because obviously, if we just play the exact same game plan, it's going to come down to pretty much draw sequence. So maybe I can actually find a way to make the matchup better by pivoting my game plan. And so I took a risk. I took a risk in this matchup and didn't play as the aggressor at all. At all. I blocked out with almost every hand. Swung claw if I had a non-block, but otherwise it was block, claw, tanked 2 Blood Rush turns, and ended up at, I think I was at 21, and he was at 29, I think. And yet I had tanked 2 Blood Rushes, and he had tanked 0. I'd also played into 0 blood debt, nothing. I'd done like nothing all game, nothing. But after seeing him play out 2 Blood Rushes and the fact that I wasn't just like dead, I'm like, all right, you know what? This is the pivot. This is the natural pivot moment. I'm going to now play as the aggressor because our life parity isn't like too far off. Hopefully that like my next Blood Rush will be the gap closer, and then it will come down to just who sees their next Blood Rush. And for me, it's more likely because he's got 1 left, but I've got 2 left, right? So then the game pivots and we play a really interesting mid game and I win. And it was just like, I don't think it was necessarily strategically correct to try to play the early game that slow, but it was all I could do because he just drew nuts. He drew like Art of War, Blood Rush, Art of War, and I just didn't. And so rather than like taking a bad trade, I just blocked. Like, okay, I'm not into blood debt yet, we'll just block. And I was able to stem as much bleeding as possible. Sure, I was at 21 by like turn 4, you know, it's just awful. But the fact that so much of his power was gone, and yet mine wasn't, the idea was, okay, now we try to pivot and just go big. The other like big fumble in this game was because I was blocking out, right? He had more opportunities to roll scab skins. Because on a 4-card Levia hand, you can't really use it. You have to roll scabs. So every time I full blocked in the early game, he would roll scabs. And he did hit on like maybe 1 turn, but then another turn he rolled a 1 into a 2. And then that was it, right? Like, so his like spiky opportunities to scabs only paid off like once. And then there was another point after this like mid-game pivot where I took like a pretty medium start to my blood debt. I think I just led with like a Dread Screamer play. It wasn't that threatening. He goes, okay, like now you're committed to playing into blood debt. So he, Paul, was going to try to, at this point, like keep on as the aggressor, not trade down. Because I've committed at this point to not blocking out whatever he did on his turn. So he went greedy, and he did try to roll scabs, and he did roll a 1. And that was kind of it. Like, that pivot point was massive. But, I mean, it's his fault. He could have blocked with the hand, not rolled scabs. I don't actually know if he needed to roll scabs to make the hand live or what, but that was kind of the window that I had tried to build myself anyway by blocking out, making him roll scabs early game so that gamblers would break, into then strategically baiting a decision where he still wants to be the aggressor because now I've committed to no longer being able to block out. I've got like, 2 blood debt. And then it, obviously was unlucky. He got a 1, but that was part of the strat. Like I did have to do that. I did have to try to win that way because I just never saw power cards for like the first 7 turns of the game, So anyway, it was another win. Really interesting game though. Like very different than the other Levia mirrors, and I actually truly enjoyed it, but only because we weren't playing the same game plan at all. If you're playing the same game plan, then it is just draw. But even though we were on very similar decks, the reality was we didn't play them the same way at all this game. A little bit just left up to because our decks were drawing weird, but also it was my experience of, okay, if I just like give you the 4-card hand, I actually know, because I play Levia, that you are locked to scabs to make that 4-card hand live. And if I can make you get stuck on scabs enough on that 4-card hand, then I will have a window where you won't have gamblers anymore, and maybe that's my out. Maybe that's my out. And it literally paid off. Like, that was it. It paid off. Anyway, it's a cool game. It was a cool game in the end. Obviously had to get a little lucky to win, but it was the game plan from the get-go to do that. Okay. Then round 3 was against a dash. And this was a really, honestly, like surprising win. I was boarded not to really fatigue out a dash. I was always going to try to race them, even if they're full boost. And my opponent was on like a bit of a mid-range plan. Started with Induction Chamber. And other than that, like was boosting though. We had a really like kind of slow early game from both of us. I went first, just arsenaled. My opponent like set up counters, like threw some damage, arsenaled, that was it. Into my turn, because I wasn't really... I forget what I had from the get-go. I didn't have much graveyard. It was either like a swing big play or like an Art of War play, but I had something playable in my first turn, nothing crazy. Into then a Blood Rush turn, into then what I thought was going to be an incredible Blood Rush hand again, but my opponent played out Pulse Wave Harpoon and pulled the Blood Rush on like turn 3. You know, I'd had like an okay turn 1, a good turn 2, and then holy crap, they pulled a Blood Rush on my turn 3, and I thought it was just going to be over. Pulse Wave Harpoon, hell of a freaking card. I was able to recover because my arsenal was a Dread Screamer, so I kind of like pivoted into a different play anyway because I wasn't blocking anything previous in the chain. So was able to kind of play around that a little bit. Then I think it was their turn. Yeah, so that was turn 3. Their turn 3 into me, I used Flesh Bag to prevent what could have been another really strong Pulse Wave turn. It was unlikely that it was a Pulse Wave, but it could have been. So I had to go ahead and Flesh Bag because I couldn't risk another blowout because my next hand was an Art of War hand. So I was seeing pretty good gas, you know, but I didn't get to play the second Blood Rush, to be fair. So I forced the Flesh Bag out to like make sure I could protect my play, slammed my play, and then was consistently ahead because of that. When they went for their max velocity turn on the next turn, that means they ate the entirety of my Art of War play. I just used my armor to basically not die to max V, and then won at 3 life. I actually didn't flip this game. I didn't flip into Consumed. It wasn't worth protecting the breakpoint because they had Achilles up and were always able to, at minimum, if I put myself in a weird spot with blocks, they could Achilles, shoot me again, and just like mess up the flip turn for me. So because they kind of like had that over me, over the flip turn, I just decided, screw it. I don't think I need it to win. I've seen enough power cards early that we're just going to close. And sure enough, I did. So it was an interesting game. It was like really fast though. I think it was like a 5-turn game. Crazy fast. No consume flip, just saw the gas, interrupted my opponent with Flesh Bag, and yeah, just drew good cards, I guess. Drew good cards. That was it. I think I rolled Scabs and hit that game, and that was also big. I like vaguely remember that. So cool. I was 3-0 to start. 3-0 to start. Felt really great. Felt like, here we go. I mean, that was an oddball dash game. I've won 2 mirrors. We're feeling good. All I need to do is win the next 2, and I'm locked for top 8. I can lose 1 if I can like wait till the last round. You know, that's fine, blah, blah, blah. There are all these scenarios where I could still make top 8. So the 3-0 start felt amazing. But then I played into Michael Fang again, and this time he was on Dromai. And we had, once again, an amazing game. Very slow, very methodical. It came down to an interesting decision point where I knew I was flipping into Redeemed, and I had him very low. I mean, I think at this point in the game, I had him at 6, and I was at, I think going into that turn, like maybe 9 or something, I forget. And he was at 6. And I had this very interesting decision point where I knew I was trying to flip Redeemed, but I wasn't sure I could flip Redeemed on my next hand because I was only at 11 blood debt, and there were 2 hits, 2 misses in graveyards in terms of blood debt. 2 blood debts, 2 nons. And I had a Dread Screamer. So I could, in theory, Dread Screamer flip Redeemed, but that was up to whether or not I hit the 2 blood debts. Because if I didn't, then I was going to be at 12 and had nothing to do with the go again. So it was like a really awkward turn. I decided that... Oh, I also never played a Blood Rush this game, just to note, by the way. It was a really awkward turn, and I decided that I couldn't put all my eggs into flipping Redeemed consistently on this turn cycle, so I ended up blocking with Scabskins for the first time on this turn that he was attacking into me, in the off chance that if I missed the Redeemed, I would want the second block of Scabskins to last the next turn, because I might need to block then, because it was going to be that tight. He had like a Burn Them All Out, some Ashwings. His board state wasn't like great, but there was enough potential threat, right? So I blocked with Scabskins on that turn and ended up going to 6. On my turn, I play the Dread Screamer. I hit the 2 blood debts. It's still like never guaranteed because it was 2 misses, 2 hits. I hit the 2 blood debt, go to 13, and then I'm able to flip to flip into Redeemed with the go again on the Dread Screamer. So at that point, it looks dumb. It looks so dumb that I did that because I just wasted 2 block on my armor because I went from 6 to 8. I could have gone from 4 to 8, right? But the problem was it wasn't guaranteed that I was flipping into Redeemed. And if I wasn't flipping into Redeemed, I needed to have bought that life for this next turn cycle, because the Dread Screamer wasn't going to demand his whole hand, right? So that was a pretty big punt late game, but we talked about it, and we think that it probably wasn't relevant in the end because he killed me on a turn with 3 Arcane. He had double Burn Them All Asvali as like kind of his last play, where I was not able to threaten enough cards. Very sad, very sad. Because I was like handily ahead of that game, but I feel like that was a pretty big mistake unless things worked out the way that we like kind of tried to retroactively talk about with like Arcane just being the kicker anyway, yada yada. The other problem though was I had a pulping turn where I decided to attack Kyloria instead of his face because he had a card in Arsenal and it was randomly drawn off the E-Strike. He went E-Strike, draw a card, and put a card in Arsenal. So I had no actual information on whether or not it was a Sink Below. I knew it wasn't a Chain Ender at this point because of how he'd played a different turn cycle. And that meant it was either like a 2-cost attack or the Sink Below. It was one or the other. Like that was it, right? That was it. So I decided to play the pulping at his Kyloria instead of at his face, because if it was the Sink Below, then I just get completely shut out, right? And like my turn is over because it was a full card keep to do this play. It turns out it wasn't the Sink Below. It was a Nourishing Emptiness. So I kind of like lost the 50-50 in my head, you know? I think Michael was talking about it and he said that because it was just a random card and it was left up to, you know, whatever the deck gave him, I shouldn't take the play that could lose to anybody, right? If I'm even against, you know, someone who's not thinking at all about what to do in the Dromai Levia matchup, but just plays E-Strike, draws a card, and just draws this random card, parks an Arsenal, and that's that, anyone can draw a Sink Below there. Anyone can draw a Sink Below. It's nothing to do with strategy, it's just like whatever the random card draw was. So if I play my pulping and go face, in that scenario, I'm losing to anyone if it's Sink Below, not Michael Fang. I'm losing to anybody who just drew the Sink Below. So that was Michael Fang's POV. He thinks that it really was correct to swing at the Kyloria and not like risk it on the random draw, because that random draw was just a random draw. It was like me rolling dice basically. But I think truly, if I'd slammed it face, that was another huge difference maker, right? Because the Kyloria, I could have easily popped. That turn anyway had a random claw. That claw could have just killed the Kyloria, right? So I think I got a little too scared. It was relatively early in the game still, so it wasn't even like I was going to miss a lot on Blood Debt or something. So I think I was able to take that risk. I just didn't. And that definitely cost me the game. Because missing that, like, that 6 damage basically was then the kicker later in the game for him to be able to keep an extra 2 cards. And those extra 2 cards, the only thing he was fighting to keep all game was Arcane damage. You know, drop a Burn Them All, drop Asvali. You know, find an opportunity to rake if he can, just so that he can actually get Burn Them All value. That was pretty much his whole plan, and I really can't believe I lost to it. That was my bad. You know, that was my bad. That was my freaking bad. Other than those 2 play lines, there was another weird choice where I decided to make a Dread Screamer play instead of an Art of War play, and in my head it was because the game was going to go really long. But what I wasn't accounting for was the fact that Burn Them All could just put me on a clock. So I should have just played out the Art of War. Who cares that I would be getting rid of a Dread Screamer? Just seeing more cards would do me more damage because I wasn't able to play out any Blood Rushes. So that was another potential misplay, but I mean, that one's close. So anyway, very, very tight game. Man, Michael is such an amazing opponent to play against. I thoroughly enjoy it. And he loves to deep dive post-match and just talk about every line. And for someone to be intrigued about like Levia's POV and talking about, oh, what was your hand? Oh, what's your play here? Blah, blah, was really refreshing to see someone like a Pro Tier champ. And now we're even. You know, I beat him yesterday, he beat me today. I beat him yesterday, he beat me today. Or, I mean, I beat him 2 days ago, he beat me yesterday, whatever. So we were even. But this was really the kicker. This is really the kicker, because this should have been mine to win. I just didn't play it quite tight enough. I disrespected the Arcane damage, and shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. Should have taken every bit of room I had to deal damage so that the Arcane clock wasn't there. Anyway, we're over it. Round 5 then was the most miserable game of the weekend. This was absolute misery. I like legitimately almost wanted to just go home. after this, just go to the airport, you know? Go pay for like an overpriced McDonald's at an airport and just cry. It was so bad. As you probably know, Viserai is the most tilting hero in the game for me. I cannot stand seeing a Viserai player just dump hands of disgusting amounts of damage for literally 0 effort that outmatches Levia's damage, where Levia has to jump through hoops to deal her damage. You know, it doesn't make sense to me. It literally doesn't. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play Shrill Skull for him. You know, coming in for 7. It blocks 3. You know, it's a good card. 2 cost. Okay, I'm gonna play a Hungering Slaughter Beast. That's a 2 cost that needs to banish 3 from my graveyard. That like also hopefully turns off Blood Debt and, you know, makes me play into Blood Debt, and like, you know, at the minimum means that you probably ignore me because this doesn't have a hit effect. But if you're playing like a Shrill, then there's like a hit effect on that 7 because there's like a Mauve on it too. Like it's just, I just don't understand. Anyway, this Viserai game, they win the die roll. They go first. They make a Runechant Arsenal. This is what I talked about in the deck tech earlier. I had the hand of a Skittering, a Blue, and a Dread. So in this matchup, I don't take Gamblers because I'm really not trying to roll in this matchup at all. But my only line to really win here going second is to throw the 12 Arsenal Dread. That is like such monumental value that the Viserai, sure, they're going to ignore my damage. But if I can just throw 12 off 3, know that I'm putting a power card like Dread Screamer in Arsenal, this will be the way I win because they're going to ignore all my damage. So I just need as much of it as possible because I have no hit effects. They are just going to ignore me. So I roll Scabs and I roll a 1. And I pass. My opponent then goes Mordred. What was it? Mordred, Swarming, Revel, Meet and Greet, Rosetta. Was, I believe, the turn. Something like that. Something like that. I just eat a absolute freaking mountain of damage. My hand is stuck, right? Because it's the red Skittering, which doesn't block, red Skittering that doesn't block, the Dread Screamer in Arsenal and a blue, and then I think I drew like another blue or something like that. So my hand is trapped. You know, all I can do is like block with the 2 blues, and then on my hand, return the Skittering play. You know, pitch a red for a red. And of course, the Viserai ignores me, right? Because he just put me at like... I think he put me at like 28. I'm looking at the notepad here, I think. I think I went down to 28 that turn. And then I throw my Skittering play. He blocks with the Aether Ironweave. And then just laughs off the rest. His turn goes Mordred. Rattlebones. Brings back the Swarming. Into... It wasn't another Revel this turn. But it was still disgusting. Into, I think, Rosetta and then Arsenals. That might have been the whole turn. Still a pretty good turn, though. Still a pretty good turn, because it was Mordred. Getting the Rattlebones and the Swarming, right? It's like the double trigger of Mordred. I feel like he played maybe one more card that turn. I don't quite remember. So once again, slams me. My turn, garbage. I don't have anything that can return still. My graveyard is trash. It's got like 2 cards in it, because I've been pitching in the blues, because I think 2 of them were Diabolics, which don't block anyway. Then, my opponent next turn, because I think I literally just like return Claw, right? My opponent next turn goes Tome of the Arknight, hits of course, cash in, draws a bunch of cards, into another Rattlebones, Swarming, Mauve, Shrill, Rosetta, just disgusting. Like just dumps all the damage in the world, right? I'm at this point down to like 12. I just can't do anything. Like the game is over. There's literally nothing that can get me out of this point, right? So we're on like turn 3, and the game is just over. But to add insult to injury, the last turn of the game, he draws a Mordred again. This man, in I think either 4 or 5 turns, saw 2 Rattlebones, 2 Swarmings, 3 Mordreds, a Revel, hit on Tome of the Arknight, saw a cash in. It was just like, what do you do? Like, there's just nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. So that game was so unbelievably miserable. 0 agency. It didn't matter in the world, I think, even if I had rolled and hit 12, or rolled and hit the Scabskins to throw 12, I still wouldn't have beaten that draw sequence, because I didn't see anything anyway. There was no chance for me to pivot. I blocked with every card I had, because I didn't even see like a good 2-card play to try to like Endless Maw and buy room. Never saw a Blood Rush. I used an Artivore on defense one time to try to make Diabolic block for 6. Didn't matter. He didn't even go as high as 6. It was just a miserable game. It was absolute, utter misery. Misery. Misery is what they should call this hero. It is disgusting. I know it doesn't happen every game, but just the amount of, like, just disrespect Viserai can, like, show your deck when they ignore everything you do and just vomit more damage than you can conceivably tank in 4 turns, in like a 4 or 5 turn game, is just disgusting. It's so, so gross. So yeah, just absolutely tilter of a game there. And I was out at this point. You know, this one, there was nothing I could do. Draw sequence was draw sequence. I was just done for. But the round 4 game was some slight tighter play. Probably could have gotten me there. I think definitely could have gotten me there, honestly. And then it just got worse. Because round 3 was then against a Briar. And this was against Isaacs Holden. Or is it Holden Isaacs? I forget. Really funny guy. We had a fantastic banter going this entire match. My mental was absolutely shattered. His mental was absolutely shattered. So we were just playing a game. We were having fun. And both of our decks probably drew the worst sequence literally possible for a deck in Flesh and Blood. Like, the only reason I was able to win this game is because Briar can punt as hard as Levia. That's the only way to describe the reason I won. I literally drew a hand that was Blood Rush, Diabolic, Doomsday, and I blocked with double Blood Rush. And I still won that game. And the only reason is because Briar can punt as hard as Levia. And boy did she punt. And boy did I punt. It was that kind of game. It was miserable. I did get the consumed flip off. And that was the only way for me to add like any kind of consistency to the game plan. Oh, no, sorry. I did not get the consume flip off. That's right. I didn't. I forgot about that. He was able to ding me with enough arcane on the turn I wanted to flip that I was not able to actually get it off. I wasn't accounting for the Sonata hitting 2 and then a Rune Chant plus Rosetta. Like, it was too much. The amount of arcane that I was calculating was unfortunately too much. I feel like I could have played around that if I'd blocked like 1 point earlier somewhere. But on the singular turn where I was denied the flip, there was nothing I could do about it. So I won this game without flipping, with blocking with 2 Blood Rushes. And it literally only because Briar can punt harder than Levia. We're talking like Sonata's whiffing. We're talking like full non-attack hands. We're talking like, you know, he draws a CMH and no blues. We're talking like, you know, I somehow have like a Dread Screamer hand and his hand collectively blocks like 6 because it's 3 2 blocks and a Gorg Tome. Like, it was hilarious. It really might have been the most scuffed game of Flesh and Blood in the history of me playing this game. It was hilarious. Judges were watching us because they could walk around and see both hands and just dying laughing. It was such an upside down game. Michael in the chat, apparently you saw it too. Dude, it was unreal. Unreal. The crazy part was, like, I was punting too. There was a turn where I missed on the banish and like took blood debt, you know? Like, my deck was also shit in the bed. Like, it was so bad. It was so bad. But we still won. I have no idea how. I literally couldn't tell you how, other than Briar can punt worse than Levia, and she did. That's it. I made no decisions to bail myself out. I was already mentally checked out, but that's just what happened, and it was pretty hilarious. Pretty hilarious. Then we go into the last round of the day, and I mean, we're not playing for anything at this point. No one can make it. Anyone who took 2 losses early like that. But I was playing for my pride. And this is the one game where all of the negative variants in the world showed up. And this is, well, actually, maybe the Briar game is that, but I can't even call the Briar game that bad because, like, I still won. The Briar also had bad luck, whatever. But in terms of, like, singularly one-sided miserable luck, it was the Arachne game. I rolled a 1 into a 1. I ended up Dread Screamering and missing and then killing myself to Blood Debt. It was just a horrible game. Like, the Arachne didn't do anything. The Arachne just, like, most of the turns block 9, return contract. That was it. The one turn where I got, like, semi-blown out was them just, like, banishing a Blood Rush off the top of my deck. Like, what am I supposed to do? It just disappears anyway. It's not like it was a turn I was playing for. It was just a turn that I would have drawn into, right? So we're playing the game, and I roll a 1 into a 1 and miss a 5-card play. A 5-card play. A Savage Feast to kick off a 5-card play. It was going to be like a 18 damage turn minimum, right? I roll a 1 into a 1, time walk myself. Then, as the game is getting to a close, where I'm planning to flip into Redeemed, I play a Dread Screamer and hit 3 misses and just die. So that was that. that was the round 7. Like, I literally couldn't tell you if it had anything to do with Arachne. Like, I don't even think I needed that last Blood Rush to win. I still had one more, and I was pitching Art of Wars, so, like, the damage was in the deck. The reality was, Levia just decided to have a Levia game. A 1 into a 1, a whiff on the graveyard, a self-kill. I mean, that's, like, all of Levia's problems culminated into one game. So that was kind of funny, because it's kind of perfect that it was Arachne that I lost to, because the Arachne player is, like, you know, they're there hoping to, like, win on this late game fatigue plan. Like, they're not expecting a short game at all. And then I'm just there giving them a short game because I just self-killed out of nowhere. So it was pretty funny. They were not expecting it. And the poor guy, he's like, good game? I'm like, bro, this is just a Levia game. Like, we don't have to call it a good game. It's just a Levia game. It's what we're here for, you know? Like, at least it happened in a scenario where it didn't matter. But it was a ridiculously bad game. Ridiculously bad game. No play errors. It was all just the random stuff, which Levia can get you with. And like I said, lucky it was this round and not like a win-in round or something. But anyway, that was the recap of the weekend. The record 6-2 bubbling out day 1, and then 4-3 on the PTI event. Just miserable variance loss, or rather miserable high roll loss, and then a play error loss. So if you look at the losses across the event, that's 5 losses, right? 5 losses. First one against Icelander was just straight me. Not checking CLF was breaking. Straight my bad. If we go back in time and I just make, I make a different block because I know CLF is breaking, the game is a win every time. Same deal with, I think the Michael Fang match. If I just play the Art of War instead of assuming the game is going to go really long, or if I don't block the way to do it on scabs, or if I throw the pulping at face, like make any of those play adjustments, the game was probably a win. The loss against the mirror was unavoidable. It was just, in the mirror, if you win the die roll and have a good going second turn, you are favored, and that's exactly what happened. The loss against Viscerai was the most disgusting high roll. I'm pretty sure that would beat any deck in the world. And then the round 7 loss was the Levia just culmination of all the bad luck possible. So across the board, that puts me at there's 2 BS losses, 1 reasonable loss, which is the mirror match, and then 2 punt losses. So not a bad weekend. Not a bad weekend in terms of hardcore competitive play with Levia. I think the deck definitely had problems. My play was not as tight as I would have liked, but it was a nice reminder of going to an event. You've got to be able to stomach everything. And my problem is still being able to stomach Viscerai losses. I just can't do it. I literally cannot do it. It's not in my body to stomach a Viscerai loss. I literally cannot be more tilted than losing a game to Viscerai. It is unreasonable. It is not fair to anyone, but it's not fun. It's just not fun. And my true fear is that playing against Levia is actually not fun either. I would love to know in the chat, people who play against Levia now, is playing against Levia fun? Because if playing against Levia isn't fun, then I'm a little terrified of playing this hero more, because it could feel a little BS at times to just be oh, my damage is just better than yours. And that's the Viscerai feeling, That's the Viscerai feeling of my damage is better than yours. And that's why I hate Viscerai. So if Levia is in that same vein, then holy crap. Maybe I should just retire and just do coverage. I hate being the opponent who's not playing a fun deck. It's the worst part about the game for me. Flesh and Blood is such a fun game. Mechanically, it's so cool. But when it feels like you have no agency, why do you play? Why do you play? If there's no agency, if you made no relevant decisions, why did you play? And good God, that's what Viscerai feels like. So if Levia is anywhere of the same ilk, then I'm terrified to play this hero again. You have the same problem. You hate the Runeblade class with a passion, but you never want your opponents to think you're being toxic. Obviously, you want people to play what they enjoy. I'm very self-deprecating. I wouldn't say I'm outwardly toxic, but I am so just, why did I play this hero? What's the point? Like, I can't interact. This is awful. It's that kind of thing, you know, of just like sitting there and looking at my cards and just questioning like why the hell I played this deck. That's the Viscerai problem for me, is just I can't do anything. I cannot make a single choice. Oh yeah. You have a strong player in your area. You have a strong player in your area who has been picking her up, and it's always very cool to see her like Levia pop off, but losing never feels good. I don't know. I feel like some losses can feel pretty good. You know, like losing to this game against the Michael Feng in round 4, that loss felt very good. I felt like I learned a lot. And if you learn a lot in your losses, that's where you want to be, right? If you can go back on your losses and pick apart, oh my God, like this might have been a better line. Oh, I can see why this didn't pay off. Oh, I can see what you were thinking about. Maybe I could have played differently. If you can go back and pick apart a game to that degree, what a great game that is. And the losses are almost better for it because you're more critical of your losses and you want to go back and figure out what happened. Unfortunately, of the games, the only loss that felt that way was the one against Michael. The Arachne loss was straight, just like trash variance on my end. And we are obviously in the Viscerai match, and the mirror was the mirror, right? And then the Icelander was me just not looking at cards that are obviously face up. But to play an entire weekend and go out to Chicago and have learned the lessons I learned, namely in the game against Michael, playing against Dromai, and then also the Icelander game, to just like now know, holy crap, it is within reason for me to miss CLF breaking or not. Like in my head, I never would have missed that before. In my head, like I'm always gonna obviously just like see if it's breaking or not, and then just like look at it once and make the decision and like no. But after playing this tournament weekend, I now know it's within reason that I'm gonna look at that once and need to look at it a second time to make sure. You know, before I never would have done that. It's like, oh yeah, okay, CLF breaks. It's a mental note in my head. We're done. We make the play. But now I understand. Just check again. Just, you know, look one more time. Ask your opponent if you have to, you know, do every little thing you need to. There's no rush. There's no rush. So in terms of lessons learned, I think I came out of this weekend with winning records and with only improvements to be made to play and to the deck. So I would count it as a win overall. Obviously sad to bubble out of the top 8. Sad to have some of the variance losses on day 2. But great weekend. Great weekend overall. Rolling scabs is the definition of fun for the Levia, right? Imagine the misery, though, on the opponent's side. Because Levia already gets a bad rep of they just rolled hot. Which I don't think has ever been true, because that's not how I choose to play the hero. But that is true for a lot of other scenarios, right? Like, my opponent just rolled a 6. They used all their action points. They broke every, like, you know, bit of math you can plan for in a turn cycle. Like, they just did it, turn after turn. And that's it. And that's it. What do you do? Scabs is fun, though. I think it's more fun for me to let my opponent roll scabs, because I get to just watch the cycle of emotions, you know, on their face as they're terrified to begin with that I'm saying I'm rolling scabs, and then they pick it up, and the tensity of like needing to roll it, dropping it, and them following the dice like super frantically, just like, what's it going to land on? What's it going to land on? That to me is a lot of fun. So I think I'll do that more. Maybe that will make me roll scabs more, is if I just make my opponent do it. Oh, here, roll scabs for me. And then they can't complain anyway of like, oh, that's a little cocked. Like, did you roll that enough? Like, whatever. Just draw better. Easy. Just block better. Easy. What great... I love it when that's the advice. I love it when that's the advice. I hear so many people like truly blame it on draw sequence. I try to never blame it on draw sequence. It really does feel like Viscerai is the singular deck where I can't escape that feeling. Almost any other deck, I think I can get around blaming it on draw sequence, but I can't for Viscerai. I literally just cannot. It's a problem. It's a goddamn problem. You'd rather face Levia than Rhinar. At least you don't lose blocks from hand often. That's true. Maybe Rhinar is like super toxic. I could see that. Which is why Rhinar is so gated, right? If you can just like full int him and say you don't get to make choices, that is the definition of like zero agency, right? Just like you just eat what I put on the table right now. Like good luck. Azalea versus Levia feels like a slugfest where you try and break through their husk. Yeah, I like the Ranger matchups. I think those are pretty interesting because you have a lot of damage, but like obviously the Ranger does as well with hit effects that can stump you. So it very much is it's not just like trading numbers because the Levia player needs to be very careful as to what hit effects they're playing around. With how wide Alexi can go, there's a bit of play to that. With Azalea, I don't think they really run like Rain Razors into you, but they might. A little bit of those mind games. I definitely like the Ranger matchups, yeah. They're better now. With Bracers out, the Lexi matchup is real. You can actually win. It feels fantastic. You think that happens at times with every TCG ever? At least it's much less often in Fab than versus most others. That's pretty true, I would say. The only other TCG I played before this was Pokemon, and I didn't play it competitively at all. So it just always felt like fun, unless like the one grinder showed up. So I don't really have a good sample size or good reference point rather, to really speak for that. But I think over the most part, like the reason I love Fab is because it is mostly very fun. And this is someone who, for years, has lost events on Levia. Like lost. Punted. Bubbled out. Like, I have not had amazing success with Levia. I mean, better success than anyone else on Levia, but that's not saying much. You know, most people just didn't play her, right? So I stuck with it. I've been sticking it out, but now I truly feel like she's maybe like too scary and her numbers are just too non-interactive. And then I would feel bad. It's not like I'm not going to play Levia, but that's just always been the reason I hate Vis, right? So I hope other people don't. Play Viscera Mansant? Literally never. I played it once in testing for Nationals, and no, never again. That was on stream too. You want to go back and find it? I did play Viscera on stream like one time testing for Nats. I should probably delete that VOD. It is a smudge on my otherwise, untainted name. That's not true. My name's a little tainted. What would you change if we play this deck tomorrow? That's a decent question. So I think what needs to happen with the deck moving forward. The main problems I had with the deck was the Diabolic Offering. The card literally did nothing. And then also a little bit more tech into the hardcore fatigue strategy decks. Because yes, I did beat the Bravo and the Dory that played that way, but it didn't feel close enough. Or sorry, it felt too close. Whereas in the past, if you just dedicated a bit more to recursion, like versus Oldhim, that matchup was beyond free, right? So it's within Levia's deck building to build that way and like be prepared to beat decks that are only trying to block you out. Because especially now, those decks are not better at doing that than Oldhim was. Oldhim was way better at fatiguing you out than like a Dory or a Bravo, right? So that would be kind of the first changes to make. If this playstyle was fine, it definitely could race aggro and just not give him much room to breathe. Because if it takes Briar even like 2 turns to find a CMH, like in those 2 turns, you can slam them even without Blood Rush for them to be at like, within 1 Blood Rush kill range, right? Like if you're slamming them for like 12 and 18 off of like a Savage Feast or like a Crazy Pulping turn, 12 on your Dread turns or your Art of War or something, if you've slammed them even like twice back to back with that kind of turn, then all of a sudden they're in kill range of a singular Blood Rush. So if your entire plan is just try to present damage consistently in a way that lets you flip to consumed with just like the tiniest bit of amount of blood debt that you need to get value, then this core worked very well for that. Like it functioned in that breadth of game really well. Because, if you're playing like the full draw discard package while ride pulping, you're going to be a bit slower to actually banish cards. There isn't enough of that banish core. Like that deck doesn't run the Endless Maws, for example. But running like the Boneyard, the Dreads, the Endless, the Art of War as well, that was enough of a banish core to kind of tip the scales of still playing very aggro and then getting the consume flip to be just that extra like 2 or 3 intellect you need to overwhelm and close the game. So like that as a strategy worked really, really well. I think the 26 damage Blood Rush happened more consistently than ever before. I mean, that's what the deck is built for, and it really worked, at least for me, like almost every game. So yeah, it would be a question of swap the Diabolics for probably like, you know, if you want to go for the recursion package here, then these can easily go to the 2 Unworldlies. That's a fine slot. I wouldn't even mind cutting the Doomsday, honestly. It was such an awkward card. That could just be 3 blue Unworldlies. That gives you more block. That also lets you more freely add in the second Howl or even a Deep Rooted Evil, because that lets you recur these pieces a bit better. The other thing that I think I would probably add against Icelander specifically is Beaten Trackers. This one I didn't get to test, but the theory on it is into the Icelander matchup with the AB2 plan that I think works pretty well. You're not rolling scabs anyway. Like your plan on a 4-card hand is to use 3 and then pitch 1 into their disruption. So you don't need to roll scabs, right? It's not part of how you use your 4-card hand, right? But what you can do then is use Beaten Trackers as a way to say, I go through Blizzard. I beat your Blizzard this turn, you know? Or you are off Arsenal, I need to go. And because you're giving up your arm slot to the AB pieces here, I think you can get away with Beaten Trackers being your boots and really not sweat it too hard. In fact, like I'm saying, it might just straight be better. Because the windows where they're off Arsenal, so you're like, well, it can't be CLF. But if they have a Blizzard, my turn is punted. You can just lead Beaten Trackers on your Blood Rush and just be protected from Blizzard. And then all of a sudden they're trapped with a non-block in hand, you know? So obviously it's like a play you have to hedge for, but if you can fight Icelander off Arsenal, you need to be able to punish. That has to happen on that turn, and Beaten would let you do that. So that's probably about it to change like this version of the deck. If you're a braver man than I, then you could get away with even like the Hungering Slaughter Beasts instead of Dreads and just roll more. Same curve, it's a 6, which is slightly better for consistency, right? But just it's not what I did. It's not what I did. But anyway, it was a good deck. It was a good deck. I don't think I'll play it for Nats. At least not this version. Mostly because it's like the most successful version now. It's got 3 top 8s to its name. At Cincy, and then Chicago, and then the PTI event. Those 3 tops were with this version of the deck. So it will be the, in theory, like known quantity as far as like competitive Levia decks go. So I'll probably have to switch it up, because one of the advantages of playing Levia is the like information you have over your opponent. Which used to be like unfamiliarity with cards, not understanding their play patterns, whatever. But now people will be playing against Levia. They will understand what she can do, can't do, what her limitations are. And if people go in with like a really heavy anti-Levia sideboard tech, I mean, I don't really know what that would be. In theory, it could be hold the lines are pretty decent just for the value game. If you're Azuri, you can swap in Humbles, right? There's a world where decks that can get away with... I don't even know. Like, Warmongers isn't even that good into you. It really only stops the Blood Rush. So in terms of like easy tech into Levia, not every deck can really do it. But like the Lexis can add more Sleep Darts, right? The Azuris can add Humble. Any other deck that's playing a value game can add Hold the Lines, right? And that can help play around like tanking a Blood Rush turn. Because if an opponent can tank through your Blood Rush turns, then it is up to you to like still win the game, right? So yeah, I mean, experiments will have to be made. I think the deck was a little too reliant on Scab still for me. Even though it was just Savage Feast, and Savage Feast was so good, there was that game, right? The Arachne game, where I rolled a 1 into a 1 literally because of this card. That's probably like the worst way to analyze the performance of a deck at all, but I'm telling you, there's got to be a world where I can have a tournament run without rolling a 1 into a 1. I want that world to happen. I want the deck to be built in a way where I don't have to be forced to roll Scabs ever. It's possible. It's possible. Scabs will always be there, but this singular card, kind of like being a Scabskins card, was just like a little too much for me. For everyone else, it was fantastic. I still think the card performed amazing, but this as a core, when Nats is on the line, you know, when like literally make or break money is on the line, like life-changing amounts of money is on the line, Oh my god. I don't think I could ever keep a Savage Feast hand. That is too much pressure. Matt Folks is going to yell at me. Pat's going to yell at me. It's all about, you know, calculate your EV. Obviously, you're 50% to just, like, hit, not win the game on the spot in most scenarios, but just, like, absolutely go to town value-wise. God, for me, though, it is just a nightmare. I've been playing this hero too long. I know that feeling. I know the fear and just the mental anguish of 1-into-1s and what it does for you. And I think if I didn't roll that 1-into-1 on the Arachne game, I would have brushed it off. I would have felt like this deck was perfect. But by God, it happened. By God, it happened. So we'll have to reevaluate just the tiniest bit. I'm probably very wrong. The deck is very fine. But we're still going to experiment. Because if I don't have to rely on scabs ever, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. It's there if your opponent lets you do it. If your opponent gives you the room, scabs is great. But to keep cards for scabs is a nightmare scenario for me. Nightmare. Oh my god. I'm just a wuss. Why do I play this deck? Why? Azuri was already playing Humble. Really? Not sure. Not sure. You feel like that's just the class, though? No. Truly, I mean, I think most of the tournament results I have with Levia were the recursion lists more than anything. Well, for one, it was the best Levia list by previous results was the Pummel list, which never rolled scabs anyway, like literally 0. But then the recursion list has always been the one that I really enjoyed, and that one never rolls scabs. So I would want to go back and try that one just a little bit. I think it's probably too slow, and you do just have to end up on a list like this. But the recursion list for me is so perfect. The only time you ever roll scab skins is with Blasmo out, and that's it. And you don't even always get Blasmo out, but it's just there. It's an option. Because otherwise your opponent gives you cards, okay, double howl. You know, I don't need to roll. I've just got the damage right there. I just spend my cards on it. So I still want to explore that a bit more, but I'm probably very wrong. And there are going to be players that do a lot better than me now on Levia because they do roll and they're not a wuss. I mean, Pat is a prime example of this. Jesse, prime example of this. They roll. They aren't wusses. And then there's me. When in Vegas, maybe that's a good point. It is Vegas for Nats. So we're just, I mean, I should just like spend all night at the craps table anyway. Just roll dice. Make sure it's in my system. You know, I've got the shake right. I know who to ask for, you know, like the hot breath. Okay. Anyway, that's enough on this Levia deck. We can play it on Talishar. Get some games in. Because I don't know if there's any like gameplay I've necessarily done yet with this deck, but it would be cool. Jam some final games here before I retire this list and try not to play a Scabs deck again. But that's not a complaint about the list. That's really a complaint about me. I am just not built for a Scabs list, but it is very good. It is very good. Oh, do we want to do the mirror? No. No mirror for me. Let's do Katsu. Alright, I have no faith in the deck still. We're going to go first. I truly only go first. Only go second in the mirror. Because you need any percentage point. Look, to actually win it. Otherwise, I think you can beat anything with Levia right now. She's so good. She is so good. Against the Katsu, I think the Grasp is slightly better. We're going to do the same plan, actually, of take out the Savage Feast and do the Lexi plan. I've never played into Katsu, actually, but I'm sure this is fine. Alright, this is actually a fine going second hand. Going first, though, we can get Graveyard Fill going, and... Oops, I need to change the thing. And probably get a Dominate through, which is quite nice. Quite nice. Let's get the non-block out of hand. Oh, never mind. We milled Art of War. Yikes. They give us 2 Salt the Wounds. Okay, so this is a different kind of Katsu deck, not a combo deck. This is going to be, what, like a Tiger deck? Potentially? Or is the combo deck even running Mask right now? Alright, we've got our 3-card 12 going. So that's all we play for. 3-card 12. We don't necessarily need to block the 6, so we'll leave that open. But we can block the 6 here. Still Dread, Pitch, Diabolic, Graveling. Pretty easy, pretty simple. But if we only need to block 1, then we can just go for the Dread Screamer Diabolic instead. Yeah, so we'll just give them this. In the off chance they go super greedy with breaking skills, I don't mind just grasping, I don't think, because that's quite a bit of value. They're breaking, they're like dealing themselves a damage basically just for... Oh wait, they don't even have mask. Oh, what am I scared about? They don't have mask. Okay, yeah, so we always just block the 1 here. It's no biggie. No problem, no problem. Just make sure we get full value. We're looking at blocking 1 or 2 cards this turn. Now it's the Snatch. They already have a card in Arsenal, so I don't mind letting this hit at all. Right now, there's only going to be the 1 Blood Debt card in Graveyard, so we're not necessarily on the clock yet. If I go for the Dread, then play Diabolic, there's a chance the Graveyard gets a little screwed, because that's 2 non-6s. So I actually think I will save the HP here. We'll block, and let this be the Dread into Graveling. I don't really love the Graveling in Arsenal anyway. Graveling in Arsenal is obviously fine for the Dread Screamer hands, but beyond that, it's got to be your Art of War, basically. And we milled an Art of War. So I'd rather keep the Arsenal open for either another Boneyard, an Endless Maw type of pivot. All that feels quite fine. Okay, they're taking our 12. We do have 1 Blood Debt now. We drew into all reds. Okay, so no Arsenal choice really would have protected that. Because if we left the red Graveling in, that's not playable, obviously. So it's not even like that could have been a 1-card 7. So this turn is really block out. Arsenal Pulping is our best way to get value out of this hand. They also look a little stumped because they started with a red pitch. So yeah, it's just a leak damage type of turn here. Let's make sure we get as much block value as we can. Yeah, we'll likely have a spot to block for 3 pretty happily twice more this turn. Alright, it had to go again anyway. They're wasting that. Okay, well, if that's all their turn is, if this isn't a 0 cost, then I don't mind just slamming the Command and Conquer, actually. If that's all their turn is going to be. Okay. Not terrible. Little bit of an awkward pivot. I guess I didn't need to block there because it would have let me keep the Dread for just the cost of 3 more life. Because now we're seeing a Dread blocked with, a Dread pitched. But the idea was their hand goes wider and we just reset the arsenal with pulping, and that would have been it. Could see an argument for really calling it in misblock. But we land this. Take their arsenal. Now we've got our 3-card Blood Rush play, baby. We're doing it. This is a no blocks type of hand. We don't... actually... do we want to just make it a 50-50 or guarantee that we keep a yellow? Because the yellow will turn into claw. I guess we'll see what attacks with here. I don't mind keeping either of this. If it hits Mark of the Beast, at least it turns on the Diabolics and the Gravelings. Beast Within guarantees like the new card though, but if the new card is a red, like what did it really do? I think we'll make sure it's the Beast Within though. This giving us the guaranteed Blood Debt is also relevant for how this matchup works now. I mean, this is a minor hit effect, but it might be relevant. I think we can give the 3 here. It's fine. Oh my god. Alright, well, we're glad we gave it there. Nice. We have our 3-card 18, and we get to Arsenal Blood Rush Bellow again. Disgusting. 3-card 18s feel pretty good, don't they? and with a Blood Rush in arsenal for the follow-up, this game is looking pretty tidy. This is where I fear that Levia feels very uninteractive, you know? Like, what could my opponent really do? I'm just drawing very dumb damage. Like, that's all that's happening in this game. It's just very dumb damage. What can they do? Granted, this doesn't look to be the most competitive Katsu list. You know, so there's that. So there's that. But overall, you know. We almost played the, well, not we. Pat and I were talking about going back into the OTK Katsu list that he played back at Battle-Hardened Pittsburgh, I think. That really died because Oldhim was an impossible matchup. But man, Oldhim's not around anymore, you know? You can probably do pretty decent. I think I can block with Husk here. I don't see it really getting more value than blocking 5. If we're really just using it for the value game, that's about as high as it's going to go, right? They're never in a position to like make their, you know, mask for assault or whatever is going to happen that tall. I think this is the most Husk will block. Yeah, pretty much. Seems fine. Huh. Well, we can't go for the double Blood Rush, but seeing all 3 of them is quite nice. Obviously didn't want to discard the Endless Maw. That would have been the best way to play this hand, which is the reason to try to keep a larger hand. Try to keep the Endless Maw. Keep the extra resources, make sure you can go Claw Claw Endless. Can't quite do it here, but that's okay. You know what? It probably is worth it to just Blood Rush now. They're so behind, we're going to be able to win the game. We've only played 1 Art of War. So if we Blood Rush now, at minimum, that pays into a Claw, and then we likely get 1 more attack off. So the second one will only deal +2, but we're already looking... Kind of put them in a pretty critical position. Otherwise, the turn is just Claw into CNC Arsenal Blood Rush. That's also fine. They'll have to respect it to some degree. I don't think we... I'm kind of interested to see what happens if I play. I normally never make this play. Stacking Blood Rushes is so bad, especially when this one won't gain +6. But I'm kind of interested to see how it plays out. I don't think we'll do it, though. I'll just do the CNC play. Arsenal the next Blood Rush. Pretty much a non-game. We just drew the Blood Rushes, you know. Pretty good card. Pretty good card. Poor Katsu. We'll see what we draw on the next 2, and then decide about if that Blood Rush would have been enough. It would have been a Mark of the Beast and Wrecker. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, because that would have guaranteed been Claw into Mark of the Beast. So it would have been, yeah, an extra 8 damage compared to what we presented. Or an extra 6 damage, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 compared to what that Blood Rush did was only +4. They're at 4. This would only block 2, 2, 2. Yeah, it was worth it. Oh well, I mean, we do it on this turn anyway. And the game is over. Oh boy. Woohoo! So many good cards. So many decisions. I feel I'm actually like sweating so much. The house is so hot. I'm a little burned. Uh-huh. Goodbye. Actually, the better play was just do the Dread Screamer, not worry about the Claw, because this was the kill turn. But it could have missed, right? 4 misses. Man, we were so ahead, it didn't even matter, like, looking at the graveyard. Oh, it was kind of... See, that's what I'm afraid of. Like, these kind of Levia games are so scary. Like, I don't want Levia to get this rep of just, well, look, I literally turned my brain off. I didn't even make good plays this game. It's a turn 6 game. I just drew 3 blood rushes. Like, oh. Oh, Levia. Great game, open format. You can do competitive CC, baby. That's 1 win. We got a Vynnset. All right, we're going to go first into the Vynnset. I'm still of the opinion Scowling does a lot for this matchup, but it's worth testing. Good luck, have fun. Into Vynnset, I want to take those. I don't want to risk the pulpings. They run the reduced to rune chance. So we'll do this. What Elle is saying, Cobb is much better against Vynnset IMO. It kind of depends, because the Vynnset that was performing this weekend was Pummel Vynnset, and Scowling is very, very good into Pummel Vynnset. So it depends. You never know. But the one this weekend, I would have wanted Scowling Fleshbag every time over Crown of Providence. Every time, every time. Okay. We pretty much can just sit on the... I kind of want to pitch the Dread Screamer away. The problem with that is it leaves us open to them reducing to Rune Chant. That's too much of a risk to really do it. Which is unfortunate. Because this means that, like, we're starting with the yellow pitch on the Blood Rush into, like, a heavy Graveling hand. That's not really good. I think I'm gonna give them the Rune Chant. If they have it, they have it. The unfortunate part here is, like, this is not a live Blood Rush hand yet. Not with these 3 that are next to it. So it'd be pitching away, over-pitching the red Graveling, yellow Dread, Arseling the Blood Rush is really the best thing we can do. Alright, let's just hope they don't have it. Don't have reduced to Rune Chant. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. Punish me. Punish me. Slam a flail into my chest and pull me closer until you... What's the thing that happens in her little lore blurb? She, like, sacrifices her own body to, like, carve runes into the poor dude who tried to attack her. It was pretty cool. Alright, look at that. No reduced to Rune Chant. Never punished. Never punished. Roll Scabs, possible 2 claws. Yeah, no point, no point. The cards that we wanted to cycle out were these 2. This one doesn't matter. This one's fine. Does look like this will not be a Blood Rush hand yet still, though. So what we can do then, it's really not a big deal to just block all this out. Feels pretty okay. Our turn is just going to be Claw and wait. We don't have anything else really happening for us yet. Just play the Guardian. They started with a Rune Blood. Pretty good for them, but they're off Arsenal, at least. And we are still waiting for a Blood Rush turn to pop off before we try to do anything else, realistically. They still didn't end their turn with a Rune Chant, so Swinging Claw is going to be awkward for their reduced Rune Chant if they have it. Actually, this was a mispitch. In my head, the reason I did this was just in case they run Sigil of Suffering, which I don't think they do. But leaving the one floating on like this turn would make sense. If they play it, then, you know, I can pay an Null Rune, not take damage. But actually, I don't think they run it, and pitching the blue closer to the pitch stack of now the, what is it, the red dread, yellow dread, yellow dread, yellow dread, is actually a bit of a punt. We did want this blue closer to that. Slight punt, slight punt. Alright, this is a fine Blood Rush hand. We're just going to block with the Howl. Wow, found the recursion early. Not bad. Block with the Howl. Play out this. Obviously hope to discard the Soul Harvest. We'll have our 3-card 18 going. If we keep the Boneyard and find a blue and reset Arsenal. But either way, finding the recursion is very, very strong. Very strong. Alright, so what do we think? This is my point. If this is Pummel Vynnset, we're in for some pain. It obviously looks like a Pummel in this position. But I don't think the Pummel Vynnset that we were playing runs Nebula. So it'd be a very different build if they're running Nebula and Pummel. I think it's fine. Blocking with the Howl, and then if it does end up being a Pummel, all that happens is we have to discard a blue. It can still end up being a Scab's turn to try to hit Boneyard and Diabolic, which is fine because we don't have Blood Date yet to really punish. It would then also recur 2 pieces so far. It could also be a Creeper's turn. Or it's a punt turn. This is still okay though. We can't go into the Blood Rush with this in hand. It won't work. So let's see it. Is it the Pummel? It is Creepers instead. I will allow the Creepers. Not a big deal. Ooh, widespread here would be nuts. Or no, widespread only works if it's from... Yeah, from there. Okay, so we go this... okay, we have our 3-card 18 and we Arsenal a new Blood Rush. Pretty good. Pretty good. 3-card 18, Arsenal Blood Rush. The scary part here is... Oh, actually, you know what? It's too late now, but the consideration would be just slam the next Blood Rush because they're at enough rune chance where widespread destruction is pretty likely. The one that hits your arsenal. So I think because of that, I would have just slammed the second Blood Rush if we didn't already pass this step. But I'm not gonna undo. It's fine. If they don't have it, cool. If they don't have it, cool. We just get a free second Blood Rush turn out of this. Alright, we're seeing the good cards, folks. Seeing the good cards. We don't have Blood Date yet, so there's a real world where, like, I just go to shut off their creepers. Depends on the blue draw. That's possible, too. No Blood Date's pretty strong for this kind of position. Like, if it is their widespread turn, there's a world where I can just pitch through the rune chants and still block 6. And just kind of wait out this stack of rune chants here. It's possible. 2 blues. It could happen. 2 blues block 6, although that wasn't the widespread to start it, so maybe they just don't have a good attack this turn. If that's the case, then you know what we're doing. Seven rune chants. You got Oblivion over there? Ooh, baby. Watch it be Oblivion on turn 3. That'd be so good for... Vynnset here. That'd be cool. So I actually don't want to block with Convulsions. I'd rather pitch it in. Because the graveyard already has 3 misses, and with the recursion, we don't really need the graveyard fill. So... I'd rather do this to get rid of the card than block with it. I guess the 7 rune chance makes it too awkward to really care about breaking creepers this turn, so there's no reason to do that. We'll just take the rest. It's 7 rune chance plus this is coming in for 8, which it would just demand too much. I think we don't care about creepers this turn. Give it up. Give it up. The 3-card play here is pretty greedy. It's pretty greedy, but I don't think we really need this to be an 18 damage Blood Rush. We found the Howl already, so if this is only 13, I'm very happy with it. Because we'll still have the one more. Plus, we've got the Howl loop eventually once we start banishing with Dreads. We still have our Husk up. And otherwise the game is like pretty much at parity, so... Yeah, we'll take the 3-card. 3-card play on the Blood Rush. If it's 18 damage, cool, but I don't expect it. Okay. It is 20 damage. Oh, God. Not only was it 18, it was 20! And Blood Debt's not even on for us to care. Oh, my word. Levia. Beast Within is such a good card. I would love some effects that say, like, when you banish this from your graveyard. Like, something in the same vein as Beast Within, maybe. Obviously not as strong. But something that cares about hitting it in graveyard would be a cool mechanic for Levia. She doesn't have that. She don't got it. Yeah, like Supervillain saying, the discard effects right now in format with the Winter's Bites, especially even like Icelander straight up is running like red Winter's Bite now. Beast Within has such good play into that. There's a world where if there's enough of those floating around, like Lexilist running, I've seen him run yellow Winter's Bite as well. There's a world where you can run Beast Within just to make Diabolic a block 6 in that matchup and like really go hard for it. But it's still a fringe. Still super fringe. Alright, this is where we need to start playing the game a little bit in hard mode. Okay, never mind. Although I don't really want to make this a Blood Rush end. I'd rather this just be Mark of the Beast Arsenal Blood Rush. Or actually, it doesn't even need to be Mark of the Beast. We can just block out here if that benefits the game plan at all. But they're at 18, so swinging the 6 is still relevant. This is just 2 rune chants, so we take that. Then it's just 6. Yeah, it still matters more. I think it still matters more to return the 6. Return the 6, return the 6. Or because it's a Mark of the Beast discard, all of a sudden Blood Rush makes the Gravelings live. We saw 3 Gravelings so far. The red, the yellow here. We saw the Slitherpede, the Boneyards, I guess that's what we'd be looking for if we draw into a blue specifically. The other option is just use Husk on this, burn the Barraging, and play it that way, and make the Vynnset give 2 to the first claw. I don't hate that either. They're going to be off Runeblood, so that's a pretty big window for us. If I don't use Husk and just take the damage right now, I think that's also probably fine. I just get a little value, probably block with Scabskins. Keep a little bit more block open for next turn. Just take 4 down to 17. I think I like this play. I think I like this play. Yep. 17, we're going to burn the Barraging. Is that even worth it, though? Burning the Barraging, they're going to have to give 2 cards to Mandible Claw. They'd only have the 1 left to block with, so in theory, if we can't go Claw attack, it's still Claw, and then this one slams. That's worth the value. It's still, in theory, dealing like 5, so okay, let's try this. I'm down. I'm in. I'm ready. Intimidate can be really bad for Vynnset if they need to banish something that they can't play. That's a good point too. Yeah. Actually, there's real value there. So let's lead with that, then do another Blood Rush. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're just going. I am him. Didn't actually curve out to anything relevant. I don't know why I said +1 actually. +1 was wrong. +1 was, go again was wrong. It should have been +1 actually in pretty much every scenario here. But it's okay. We still have this curve. Claw into the slithering is fine. Ah, that should have always been +1. There's no way the hand works in a way. Oh, okay, not necessarily true. The draw could have been like any other 1 cost. The go again becomes more relevant, but even then, that's super marginal if I want to really swing that over the claw, give up the arsenal reset. I think I always wanted the arsenal reset. So yeah, that was bad. Should have always been +1. Ugh. Throws. Still a great combo though. Art of War Banish Slithering. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Alright, that's all Blood Rush is gone. We've barely played any Dreads, you know? So, we're hoping that that starts to carry the game. This hand is not that. This hand is definitely not that. It's okay, though. We can still throw the Endless Maw. They're at 11, so they can't just ignore the 9. We're reaching the end game pretty quick. They, played a Read the Runes? Okay. Well, this makes me really want to, try to punish them, but I don't think that's ever actually correct. Throwing the 9 is lethal, so we just take the 9 throw. There's no reason to roll scabs. I am going to hold the blue, though. So I'm going to pitch like this for the Endless Maw. I want to Arsenal the Boneyard, hold the blue. We did hit. Nice. There was a chance we miss, obviously. We've seen so many of the Blood Rushes. That was a problem. But you know what? If we miss, I think we still win. Not the biggest deal. I want to hold the blue because at minimum, blue tends to pay for the kind of 3-card 12 cost curve. This is half of it. If we find a Dread, this is kind of guaranteed half of it in Arsenal. And I want more banishes right now because we had the Boneyard there. Or not the Boneyard, the Howl, but we banished the Howl anyway, which is pretty cool. So now this looks even better because we can 2-card pay into Howl and then Boneyard, which is pretty nice. And there's our curve. There's our lovely curve. We can even keep the full hand to go Dread into Howl Swing Big and probably just end the game. The problem with putting all our eggs in that basket is there are 5 misses right now. The other option is just pitch in, control the transform really well. This is 5 rune chance total coming in. So I can pitch in, take 2 of them down to 15 into the flip. My turn is just swing big. That seems okay. So we can take this one. We can take this one. We can block Husk, block here, block here, go to 14, return swing big, flip. Seems pretty good. Just making sure I'm not missing something. Yeah, there's no way they can throw a cheeky damage after this, so there we go. We'll do it. Nice. They show the blood debt when card was banished face down. Oh, yeah. When you intimidate. Yeah, the blood debt tracker does do that, which is kind of funny. If you intimidate, it will show if it's blood debt or not. which actually used to be a bigger deal because if you got like intimidated versus a Rhinar and you were at 5 blood debt, actually it doesn't matter if it's a big deal, it's just what happened. If you're at like 5 blood debt, you got intimidated and it was a blood debt card, it then let you play Doomsday. And it might still let you do that, which is not correct. If it's face down, it does not check for any like keywords or whatever. But you can do it on Talishar at least. If you get your 6 blood debt intimed, you can Doomsday. Okay, so now this turn we've got not a lot of blood debt cards, but it's not like we need much to win. They're only at 1. So we'll just go for an Art of War play. And win. Yep, this is fine. Oh wait, don't they die anyway? What's in here? Oh, Husk. Oh yeah, we win. GG. Thought maybe this was like a 0 cost they could play it after Ursa. It's not. It is Husk. So that's it. Over. Over. Okay, I don't know. Not two pretty much non-games there. 2 non-games. Let's find. We can do the Briar matchup. We'll see if the Briar respects the deck. Because Michael was really respecting Levia's Blood Rush turns. Like, if I was slamming 12 and it was like a pretty mid hand on the Briar side, he would legitimately slow down and just try to return a 0 for 4 and play it almost like Lexi. Because if you just eat a lot of the like 3-card hand damage, then you're opening yourself up to just like Blood Rush wins the game. So let's just play it like I did against Michael and see what happens. Which was exactly this. We're keeping the gamblers. We're doing it. Okay, we've got Graveyard Fill going first. We like this a lot. Obviously, we would prefer this one to be the one that's in Arsenal, but it's not the biggest deal. What we want here is Graveyard. Nice. We took a Rabble from him and dealt 2 damage. I'll take that. They're starting CLF. Honestly, this is fine. Our hand doesn't really do much yet. So there's no reason to force any kind of play. If we can wait out this channel and just not bleed damage, it'd be kind of cool. Depends a lot what this is. That Arsenal could be a problem. Could be a problem. They're going to crown, because I guess the Arsenal wasn't good. Okay, well, now it's still questionable. Is it a good Arsenal or not? Our hand is kind of forced to be the Mark the Beast keep, because we've got Diabolic and Slithering. Oh, actually, that's not true. Our hand is forced to be the Slithering Claws play. We can still block with these. It is a Force of Nature turn for them. Pretty disgusting. Ooh, very disgusting. What's the chance that they break the combat chain and Diabolic blocks 6? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? They make a rune chant just randomly in the middle of the turn? So, funny enough, like, yes, they're going to draw, but I almost want to let it happen so that the Scar for Scar, like, their next one wouldn't be live. Could be the problem here. If they have another Scar, I'm just giving them free damage. So it's like giving them a card to play around it being Scar, maybe. Because I can't block out everything this turn anyway. Not likely, at least. But then again, they did fish for a new Arsenal. The Force of Nature revealed Autumn's Touch, so that's one card. One is like probably... I mean, one of them they didn't plan for because it was the Crown card. Could be a good card. It's a Briar deck, right? It's all good cards. I'm guessing at least one more attack, though. So the reality of being able to block out everything would be to give up literally this, and like Husk and another equipment just to deny a card draw on a turn where they likely can't use all their cards anyway. It's not worth it. Just give them the 8. Turn off the next Scar. Oh, Diabolic. You son of a gun. comes the Nimble and Earthlore. Okay. Alright, so now we've got full information on blocking out. This attack is just the end of their turn. They get to throw Rosetta, but obviously there's a big problem. If we let this hit, it could be another Earth card, which lets Channel stick. It could be another attack. So, like, it's almost demanding Husk, right? Like, it's... My god, it's demanding so much if we really want to play around that. This card. This card. Yeah, there's so much risk in letting this hit, though. It could be too much. Like, any Earth card, they get to pitch into Grasp. Channel sticks. Any attack, they throw it, and it's just more damage than the Rosetta. So, that, like, really pushes me into having to block with Husk, I think. We'll see if we can still win. This is so much to give up. So much to give up. But that card draw is representing a lot at this scenario, right? Ugh, can't let it happen. Can't do it. Can't do it. We'll make this play. All right, we got our 2-card 9 at least. We're gamers. That's 2 blood debt though that we're just taking for free off that turn. Just weird scenarios that came up. Fleshbag would have been crazy. Not really. If we're committing Fleshbag on that first attack, they still had 3 cards in hand and they'd be drawing a new card. There's no guaranteed value in what Fleshbag would do. And they were also off Arsenal, so at minimum, they just Arsenal whatever the last card is. I'd rather say Fleshbag when it's guaranteed to shut down a turn. Okay, so they're falling behind. This is what we like to see. Sure, let's make this our play. Alright, give me Graveling Endless Maw as a play here. This would be cool. Yep, that's the Graveling Endless. We've got 1-2 misses right now. So let's still show the Graveling first, because it's harder for them to count the cost curve there. Pulping an Arsenal, not terrible either. Hit one of the misses. This is a pretty decent amount of blood debt, actually. Finding Doomsday would be sick. Let's do it, I believe. Oh, the 1 for 5. We're stabilizing. We're stabilizing. This is 14 damage. It's pretty gross. Pretty gross. So, what's the idea? Is it make it a flip turn, basically? Idea being we block with these, take 6. That won't work. It would have to be block with these 3, basically. Make the flip turn just a pulping, which is not the worst. Make the flip turn just a pulping. Does that work? Okay, so block 9, we take... Wait, what was I counting already? I was blocking here, taking 4. Oh, I'm taking 4, 18, then taking 4. Oh, no, okay, so that is fine. That is fine. That does work. It just comes down to, is it another Sigil of Suffering or not? I'm just going to put him on not having the Sigil of Suffering. The one block I could put up to really play around it, but blocking a Sigil, or blocking a Snatch rather, is really important, I think. So, double checking. This is taking 4 down to 18, then taking 4 down to 14. My turn is just the swing big. They're not going to draw Sigil. I flip. I think we're fine. In tournament, I would probably block with the scab skins on the Rosetta just to make sure that it can't be the sigil. But this is Talishar. We're going to play greedy. They won't draw the sigil. They're going to draw the sigil. Watch. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Ooh, yes, baby. All right, we're in. We're gaming. We can actually do this now. So this is a no Blood Rush game, like just to note. And we're still playing it tight. They had a crazy CMH, and actually I think it was right to do the block 6, then Scowling on the first attack. That one does shut down the card draw at that point. It does basically say, okay, you have one more attack, you get that draw off, whatever. But that wasn't a guarantee, right? Okay, so they played the Swarming here. This is obviously another Rosetta, so we are on a very tight clock. Is a bit of the problem. Yeesh. That pulping is going to cause some problems. The fact that we've hit 2 there and no blue. Problematic, problematic. Now it's just a spot where we need to not leak damage, though, is the reality. Just don't leak damage. We can play these cards out, try to get high value out of them. Finding the blue would have been insane, because it's probably blue into Slithering, or like blue into Boneyard, and we get to 2-card 12. We just don't have that line. So the next best thing is, I guess, try to end up keeping the yellow, play out this pulping, and then see what we get resource-wise. If it's a blue, then we could like claw into one of these, which would be nice. Or it's blocked with all of these, just trade this for the Boneyard. A 1-card 6. Is that really going to win the game, though, when they're in a position like this? We just need to not take damage. It's the whole goal. Because we can't block the Arcane. They revealed a 2. This is good. We can block this. Yeah, I think because they showed the 2, we're just going to take the 1-card 6. Use this to block Rosetta. We've got some room. And that was a This Round's on Me, which is a pretty do-nothing blue. Alright. Do we care about Slithering over Boneyard? Not really. I don't think there's literally any reason to play one over the other. It would be just to hit the Art of War, I guess. Oh no, the difference would be if we need Boneyard to be an activator for like a Graveling in hand. So we will play out the Slithering. Alright, 1-card 6. We'll see what this buys us. We know they have a This Rounds, which is just a blue pitch. It does block 4 here. I guess they want it. We really want to find that blue. We want to find the blue, make the pulping a 2-card 12. So we found a blue that we have to keep anyway. Not bad. So this is their snaps play. They make it a 1-card 5, which is pretty good. I think the game's tight enough here that I want to try to get Scowling value. This is pretty clear that they're going to snaps. So we can do this. It will int him a card, deny the embodiment, which might be our play this turn. We might be able to block the embodiment, blocking down with these guys, which could be big for when we try to slam him here. Obviously, it was going to be the snaps. Rosetta. Oh man, okay, so it looks like that int him pulled a lot of weight. Okay, so what this does for the turn then is lets us do the Dread Screamer into Graveling play and not waste the pulping yet, which is pretty big. Trying to think, maybe we do take it though, because what we could do instead is Dread Screamer into pulping into Mark. I think that's just so much better for where the life is going to be at. 5 doesn't make much of a difference in terms of the Arcane Clock. They're card inefficient this turn. We can't miss on the go again from Dread, but we could miss on the go again from Pulping, which is a little scary. But I think that's the winning line anyway, is Dread into pulping into Mark. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, Dread pulping Mark. Let's do it. Let's do it. They have no embodiment, and we are, in theory, presenting, what, 17 this turn? In theory. It does depend on the pulping hit, which is kind of sad. I think I roll scabs, though. I think I have to roll scabs here. This is a pretty big deal for it to hit, and we've got room, right? We've got room. Okay, perfect. So let's still lead with pulping for more info. In case it's like a beast within and it changes things, I guess, would be the difference. Okay, it wasn't. Yeah, but if they double block the pulping, that's still a 3-card hand from the Briar, with Scars active. I think they're totally fine to make a 3-card play there. I'm only at 5, you know. I've only got 1 armor block left. I don't have like any blowout cards here necessarily. Oh, they were ready. Okay, see, they were ready to turn off pulping anyway. Disgusting. Disgusting. The sigil. Look at that sigil. Ooh. Okay, so to Chaotic Galaxy, aka Ethan, who was hanging around in the chat, talking about, oh, so the only way you beat Briar is because they didn't say CMH. We're about to, maybe, this is still a maybe, beat a Briar who has played a very good CMH where we played zero blood rushes. Okay, just saying. What I did not check, though, was what has been banished. So I have no idea if we've banished the Recklesses or not. I just have no idea. Okay, well, we didn't banish the Recklesses. In fact, they are all in this hand, so now we instant lose. Now we instant lose. Whoa. Well, this one came out of nowhere. Oh, baby. Well, let me see here. What choices can I make? Interesting choices, interesting choices. Well, it's Reckless, discard. Somehow hope that they can't do anything, and then I, like, play a card out? That's something. Pretty unbelievable, actually, this hand. Kind of unreal. If this was an attack, like, we just instant win, you know? Because I can, like, force pitch the other Reckless with the Art of War, and we just win. Not the reality, though. Whew, Lord. Lord have mercy. But anyway, this is the power of Consumed, though. This is the power of Consumed. We didn't play a single Blood Rush, and we, in theory, we're still going to beat the Briar. Not anymore, not with this hand, but in theory. Oh my god. If they force a block here, it's just so disgusting. Because there goes all the Recklesses, right? Like, that's all of them. They're gone. Oh, we have a chance. We actually... Oh, wait. Oh, no. What am I saying? The Arcane was active. I didn't think the Arcane was active. I missed it somehow. Okay, so we're dead. We're dead because we can't keep the Reckless Swing. I thought the Arcane wasn't active, so I was going to be able to block with Scabs and then just play out the Art of War, Arsenal, Reckless, if that wasn't an attack. Wow. Okay, so it is just over. It is just over. Oof, disgusting. I wish I could play these cards. I can roll Scabs at least. I can re-roll Scabs at least. And then pass. Oh, yikes. So that right there is why Doomsday is very questionable. Doomsday, pretty questionable card right now. I'm telling, like, it actually does nothing, right? Because the sequence where we saw it, it's just not possible to ever play it. We can't get higher blood debt. Like, we're stuck at ticking down blood debt. Lord. Lord have mercy. Yeah. Rough one. Rough one. If that was an attack, right, I can pitch the other Reckless for the Art of War. Say, I mean, if it wasn't a 6, then I could, like, at least banish it, draw. And then if these were the two I drew, for example, block out with Dread, and then block with Reckless, it discards the Slithering, and that's it. Oh man, that sucks that was a loss. We played that so tight. Actually, not so tight. This was a misplay. Although it did come up big. The Scowling Fleshbag turn did stop the Enlightened Strike from being anything more than Enlightened Strike into Rosetta, which was quite nice. We don't know what it would have done on the CMH turn, because we don't know what they drew. But in theory, they could have still slammed the Entwined Lightning after, threatening another Force of Nature draw. And then it's like what did Fleshbag really do? I guess it saves us Husk, in theory, or we can give up Husk Scabs again to really try to shut the turn down. Would that have really played differently? I think it was fine. I think it was fine in the end. Because Fleshbag obviously did something to punt their turn. Because they went for the E-Strike Snaps. And then with what would have been 2 cards in hand, it turned into just Rosetta. Oh well. Yeah, that's one for the history books. Art of War, Doomsday, Reckless, Reckless. Well, that's a Levia game right there. Levia. Can't even be mad about it. The cards in your deck, you know, you put them there. It's nothing to do with rolling ones. You put those cards in your deck, you know. Alright, let's do this again. Good old Dromai. I forget what I was boarding into Dromai. I think I was definitely putting in extra poppers. In the off chance it was Big Dragon, I also wanted the Howl. I forget exactly what I was doing into Michael. It was something similar to this. I don't think I need this to really beat Big Dragon, though. I can give up on that, because we are a Scabs gamer in this matchup. And sure, I'll drop 1 non-block 6 there. Call it good. Alright, they have Seekers anyway, so we don't mind attacking, even if they have a D-React to turn on Furnace, because they can start Ash if they want to. So what we can really do here is try to punish. We could roll Scabs. If it hits, then go Slithering, they block 2, then Barraging Claw. That could land some free damage. Let's do it. No. That's fine. Matchup is slow. We can take the 1. It's not the biggest deal. Would have been a cool punish, though. Would have been nice. Would have been nice. No, but see, the difference with Doomsday and the Briar game is we actually had exactly 6 Blood Debt. We played for it. So the idea being, if we drew the Doomsday on like that next hand, it does get insane value. Like, we just summoned a Husk into a very tight matchup. So to have that out, but the fact that you only have like 1 hand where you can draw it, I don't know. It's great highs, but also incredible lows. But are you also planning around the fact that a Reckless Doomsday Art of War hand can happen? Like, is that really a consideration? You know? Okay, we can go for the 3-card 12. We don't really care. This is going to draw them a card. They didn't do anything else with their turn. They didn't even make Ash, which is kind of funny. In this matchup, I would rather the Convulsions, I think, over the Barragings in deck, because they only run like 3 D-Reacts, so we can probably count them down. So let's get rid of that. I wonder why they didn't make Ash. Like, they can't even go Furnace to make Ash on this. There's no way those are 2 blues. Is it triple passing? Be insane. Don't mill Blood Rush. Don't do it. That's fine. We'll just 3-card 12. Arsenal Graveling. Is Doomsday actually needed in this deck? How often do you play it? Well, that's what came up over the weekend for me personally was, you know, the highs are really there, but it's just a draw sequence card. More than ever, you have a very slim window for it. So for me, it's either cut it completely or like only board it into the super slow matchups. Not actually main board it. But then you look at a situation like the Briar game where it actually had that one window. You know, there was the one hand. I could have drawn it that one hand and it would have been the nuts draw. So where do you value it then? Do you actually keep it in because the highs are that high? Or do you take it out because it's just not consistent? Oh, it would be so sad to cut it. Doomsday is the main reason I played Levia all those years ago. It was my first legendary I ever opened. Before Dromai came out, allies were so sick, and they were tied just to Chain, and he was boring. And Levia, she was so cool. So to see Blasphemfett go bye-bye would hurt a little bit. But yeah, he never wouldn't make it in the deck list at all. I mean, he'd be there for at minimum Icelander, you know? That's a huge matchup for Blasphemfett. Massive. The slower matchups, he's also fine. Like in a true fatigue matchup. You're just hoping to see it before you're forced into Redeemed, which is normally pretty likely. Very good into Bravo, for example, even if it's mid-range Bravo. But in the old days of playing Levia, one of your only ways of winning was seeing it in the aggro match. Like, to beat an aggro, Blood Rush wasn't enough. I mean, you didn't have the Consume flip before, right? So one of your only ways to win was whipping out Blasphemfett. But now the game pivots, where it's like, right when you're about at 6, you start ticking down your blood debt, right? Sure. So this is the kind of thing against Dromai, right? This is what Michael Fang wasn't doing. Anytime I would present the 12, he would respect it 100,000% and just block. Because if he eats damage on any of the, whatchamacallit, on the, like, non-Blood Rush turns, then he's open to just potentially losing. You can blow up Scabs, it's not the biggest deal. I mean, because I dealt 12 damage for them to make this play, right? Not that big a deal. The only time it might come up is passing Mirage, and they pitched a passing already. So it's going to be a question of making sure the Art of Wars land. So I think my next turn I just want to swing big, even. There's also a lunging press in this Dromai list. Very interesting. My mistake against Michael was not playing out the Order Wars every time I saw them and just trying to pitch stack the win, which was a little too slow to the arcane clock. So actually I wonder if this was wrong then. I should have blocked with like the swing big and just started with the Art of War play, pitching Beast Within, because now I'm pitching this in, right? Instead of playing it. Yeah, it's actually like completely counter to what I learned from the Michael Fang game. So I think that was wrong. It should have been block with the Boneyard, and then start with the Art of War, banish, swing big, say go again. Just because I want to see more cards, I want to land more damage. So I'm almost questioning then, do I keep the Art of War hand, just wait for the blue, and just play the Boneyard instead? Pitch in the swing big. I think I'm going to try that line instead. I punted this a little bit. But I need to be playing the wide turns or the win disappears. Oh, what's up, MNR? Maybe the real Blasphemfets were the allies we gathered along the way. Hi, Roger. We're all Blasmo bros. Even freaking Vynnset, you know? Vynnset's got Blasphemfet on one of her cards now. Everyone's joining the party. Actually, I guess it's not necessarily Blasphemfet, but it looks very similar. Okay. Still taking one from a 2-card play. I don't mind. Pitching a Kyloria. The Kyloria that they revealed off the Tomotai. Alright. So effectively, obviously there's 9 Oasis in there as well, so we do have to fight through those. So this is the kind of hand I actually want to actively keep now, is to make the Savage Feast have go again with the Art of War. It would also mean I can go Savage Feast, Claw, Graveling, which kind of breaks the turn cycle, so I'm going to just let all the Ashwings through. We've got time. The problem with letting an Ashwing board sit is just what a Burn Them All does to the game. But we need to make this play now with no scabs. Okay, little awkward. Drew into the non-6. Drew into the non-6. What does that do? I mean, that kind of like really screws the potential of the turn here, right? Because if this has go again, then we play the Savage Feast. I mean, there's nothing to do after that. We were really looking for the Claws to be the difference maker in being able to go wider. Saying go again. I mean, it lets us go like Graveling Dread into Claw, which technically does break the turn cycle, but feels a little bad. I mean, that's what we're in the business for, though. Gotta do it. Can't play the Savage with the no other 6 in hand to discard. Sag. See, boarding the Howl wouldn't have been a awful hedge in this kind of scenario. Because we can track the amount of hands I would have, you know, rolled scabs over the preferred play. On that last hand, I guess technically that would have been a scabs hand because it would have just been block and then roll scabs, pitch the Art of War for the Savage Feast. So that would have been a scabs hand that was forced differently because of scabs, because of no scabs rather. But it's going to just be, you know, what can we do with our blood rushes? Can we make sure that they go 26 wide? You don't need scabs for that. You just need a decent consume flip. And into Dromai, normally I would go, redeemed. But actually the graveyard is kind of in a good spot for a potential consume flip. So for that, actually, I don't want to close the chain. I don't want to banish this. We did hit these two. Those ones are fine. They're easily played out. It's the Gravelings that you don't want to get too stuck with. They can be a little tricky to play out. Because in theory, what we're trying to do is, if we do go consumed, make sure it gives us the 26 damage blood rush and then play it out. Don't like sit and consumed and mill. But use it for hopefully 1 to 2 26 damage blood rushes. And that will be enough. That will be enough. No, I would not use Feast discarding the Dread Screamer. No way. That's what that play does, is playing out Graveling and then playing the Savage Feast. Giving up a Dread Screamer? No, sir. If I want it in Graveyard, then I'd rather do it this way. There's a lot of room in the Dromai matchup to buy an Arsenal, because it only takes 1 card for you to shut down their turn. So that kind of naturally gives you moments to reset Arsenal. You're not under a lot of pressure. Graveyard's going to be at 4. Put these there. Yeah, so this is a matchup I normally don't consider Doomsday very highly in at all. Because against Dromai, the dragons can just pivot and kill Doomsday or kill Blasphephet and then attack you. So Doomsday tends to do basically nothing, honestly. Pretty useless card. The only time it's good is if the dragon board is under complete control and then you drop it. It's a lot for them to fight back, develop dragons, then play. Obviously, this is now too much damage. We are going to start just popping things. There's the extra 2 blood debt in right there. I don't mind risking the pulping. At minimum, it takes 2 cards. If we discard the Doomsday, it's not a huge deal, like I mentioned. They don't have any Ash, so the one fear in attacking is maybe they get like an Oasis. Well, they can Oasis no matter what, whether I attack or not. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna go for the pulping. I don't care if I discard the Doomsday. Well, this is more of a problem though, because I do care that this is a terrible arsenal. That I do care about. But they're giving me a burn them all. I like that. Relevant block. Burn them all is like the lose con. Blue dreads are very good to use on Maragai. Yeah, that's the main reason I'd rather keep them than the Doomsday. There's real reason. The dread just clears the Maragai. You move on. They're very useful. Whereas Doomsday is not. Okay, they gave 2 cards. I'm just going to... Oh, actually, you know what? We do have Crown of Providence. I forgot about that in this matchup. I'm going to Arsenal the Wrecker. Screw it. We've got Crown. We can play through. Ah, yes, look. We have Crown for these Lost in Thought turns. Beautiful. This is perfect. Couldn't have planned it better. Couldn't have planned it better. The sad part is I probably don't get great Crown value is all. Because now they're going to attack. This is going to cycle out the Wrecker. I mean, I still do it. Because I need Wrecker out of Arsenal and just naturally lines up here. Which is not bad. So now I'm enticed to try to keep this whole hand, which... Well, I guess not the whole hand. I don't have to. Keeping the whole hand is just Dread into Swing Big. I'd be taking 5 damage to do it. 5 damage for Dread into Swing Big. That does break the turn cycle. Lets me pitch back in an Art of War. What did I learn about pitching Art of Wars, though? I don't want to do it. The other option is just block with the Swing Big and just go Dread Claw, which does not break the turn cycle. But it could take 3 cards. Taking 3 cards would be nice. Or it takes 2 cards and they leak 2. Yeah, I'd rather play slower. We haven't seen a Blood Rush yet, so we're just going to play slower. Okay, there actually was a chance to miss. There was Doomsday, Art of War, Providence. Playing the Art of War to banish the yellow Dread just draws into too many non-bows. The Gravelings wouldn't be live, the Diabolics wouldn't be live. You'd be fishing for too much on a draw like that. Ooh, it's actually thundering over here in upstate New York. So this is the good news, right? We haven't played a single Blood Rush. We've only played 1 Art of War. And they are going to be at 12. This is how I don't think you play the matchup at all. Okay, this in Arsenal is pretty shabby. Not great, but it is playable. So I'll put it in Arsenal. Why not? It is playable. Off the back of a awkward Dread hand, Art of War, I can throw it. It's not the worst 2-card hand in the world. Alright, this is where things get problematic, though. Not sitting on a dread, not having scabs out, means there's not much interaction with this board at all. A card draw here is just a free arsenal. They are on a couple dead arsenal draws, though. We saw some weird blues, but obviously not likely that that's what happens. So it could be just give up Husk, which feels awful. Pop the next thing, throw the Deadwood at the Maragai. That's not the worst. Inefficient use of cards, though, isn't it? But that's what I'd rather do. Just use the Deadwood to clear the Maragai. That would mean either giving up 2 cards on the Kyloria now, popping the next one, and then just making it a Deadwood play. Whew. The Husk is protection against, like, not really a Nourishing necessarily, but another CNC. They're going to have room to keep a CNC hand. Literally, next hand is the problem. Next hand is a CNC hand for them, because I'm ignoring their board for dragons. Or ignoring their life for dragons. But I also want to reduce the chance that I discard a Blood Rush. We're really just playing like to wait for the Blood Rush. I think I'm fine with this. Or just let him draw the card. Just give him the card. I don't want to give him any edge. They're very low in this matchup. We're just gonna do this. Throw the Deadwood at Maragai. Hope we don't mill a Blood Rush. Not bad. A Dread Screamer is gonna be quite strong. We want to now set up our own flip. We've got a Red Dread, Slithering Boneyard Carrion Husk. These are all quite good. Let's get one more Dread Screamer parked if we can. Do we have another one? We do not have another one. This one won't turn off Blood Debt. We do care about turning off Blood Debt, so I guess I'll do the Endless Maw. Endless Maw is also pretty good, though. So let's do that one. Turn off Blood Debt. Park this Dread. Put this Dread in Arsenal. We found a Blood Rush, but boy, is it not playable. Yikes. If there was a world where we lose, it would be off situations like this. Sand is mighty rough. Like, we can't even, like, Dread face and then... Okay, so they're just CNCing. Okay, I said they had room to CNC, and it was this next hand. This is their next hand. This is their CNC. Okay, so what that means... Obviously, we block it. Not a big deal. If we had a blue, we could recover quite well and basically present lethal, which won't be the case here. I mean, the 2-card hand we keep is obviously Blood Rush plus something else. The problem is, it's a question of just like pitching the Blood Rush clear Claw, make sure we keep it in the deck, or clear Kyloria with Claw, or still throwing 6 at face, letting this Kyloria get better Maragai value. So we've only seen the one Maragai, you know. This isn't a Maragai, or they would have played it. But obviously that is coming. We are turn 8. Them drawing a Maragai is not out of the question. What I don't want to do is lose the Blood Rush, but it's basically happening. I think let's do this. Just give him 6. We're really getting so close that a Blood Rush wins that I want to just go face here. Just go face here. The problem with playing these Boneyard hands is they're relatively weak, and yet they're turboing us into a consumed range, which is a little scary, you know? To win off consumed reliably, it's the Blood Rush play, right? And we just said goodbye to a Blood Rush. Our arsenal is pretty good. It's a Dread Screamer, but we need to now find room to play out the Dread, set a new Blood Rush in arsenal, then flip into consumed without getting blood debt much higher than it is right now. You know, we want to be able to play the game for like an extra 4 turns, not 2, post-flip. So, like, spending a Banish 3 on a Boneyard for a pretty low-impact turn feels awful. Feels very, very bad. Is it ever right to take it so we can free up arsenal for Blood Rush? No, it's super likely we can play out a Dread Screamer turn. And the Dread Screamer turn alone is going to present lethal, in theory. Like, as even slamming a Dread, right? Like, along with any of the 1 cost. A blue and a 1 cost, all we need. Super easy for us to find that hand, still block with a card to pop, still reset a Blood Rush on that 4-card hand. A little draw sequence dependent, obviously. But it is possible. This is kind of that hand. Do we care at all about a race face? Like, at all? I don't think so, right? So this is interesting. Isn't this just a Dread Screamer? They block 2, I barraging, Savage Feast turn? Isn't that it? This doesn't affect... Oh, actually, you know what? It would affect the barraging. So I should just block with the barraging. The Intimidate won't do anything. So yeah, it's just going to be Dread, Savage Feast, reset Arsenal with whatever the draw is off Mark the Beast. Huh, not bad. Because this only cares about a 6, not that it's a brute card. This only cares about 6s. So we just give this, it's exactly 3 misses, but, you know, we're not going to do a different play around that alone. We present the 12. Okay, hit 2 misses, 1 hit. Wonderful. Lunging Press and a Race Face and Dromai. It is odd. But this is Reese. Reese is actually a very good player. I see them a lot at Battle Hardens. They travel. They travel to play the game, much like many of us. So this is likely some kind of experimental brew for either Atlanta or Columbus, or just for fun. But they asked in the chat for me. And every time I do a Dromai game versus Reese, it is a very good game normally. So that's what we're looking for. So this is that awkward point in Levia for the opponent's side, which is like, what do you do to win anymore? You've taken all this damage. I've played 1 power card. I played 1 power card, this one. 1. And you're at 11. What do you do as the opponent to claw back from that ever? Like, were you supposed to just block the entire early game? Because the plays that they took to develop the board weren't awful. I mean, it was like the Tomultai for Scabs, which is, I mean, that's fine. It affected like 2 of my turns. The CNC turn, I didn't even present anything because I cleared the Deadwood. Any other damage they took was to develop the Ashwings and the Kyloria that we see in front of us. No. Okay, so actually the way they blocked that, barraging wouldn't have done anything, so I'm glad. Okay, so here's a question. Nope, there's no question. I can't draw a 3rd awful arsenal in a row, right? It's not possible. It's not possible, right? I have to draw a playable arsenal now. It can't be a Deadwood or a Wrecker, right? Oh my god. What is with the random draws just being trash cards? Holy moly. Unbelievable. Alright, this one we can't arsenal. This one, no way. At least Deadwood turned off Blood Debt. You know, if we had to do it, we could do it. This one is Garbo. This is why Crown of Providence was such a buff to Levia back when it came out and Fleshbag wasn't around. Because this happened in Levia all the time. Random draws off Pulpings, Art of Wars, Blood Rush. Techlo, you're saying Arsenal this because of the Blood Rush? No. My lose con is going to be to mill out. If I actually flip Consume now, if my Blood Rush turn doesn't turn off Blood Debt, then I can lose to getting decked out super easily. They're at 9. They still have this. They've got D-Rex in the deck. Oasis wouldn't do them any good. But there's a real world where I try to play out that Blood Rush. It only deals 18. They take 6 down to 3. I flip. And then we deck. That is very likely. Because there are 3 sigils in the deck. We've seen 1 pitched. So it's possible they can stabilize. If it becomes just like a full blackout strat. The deck will just disappear too quick, I think, to want to make that play. And once again, there's room to not need to Arsenal this. We're just not under pressure. This is a 2-card hand. There is room to, yes, to just put something better in Arsenal. Oh, well, this hand doesn't turn off Blood Debt at all. So there's that. So there's that. Well, that's troubling, isn't it? Very interesting draw sequence this game, gotta admit. Well, now it could just be like a deal 10 strat and just choose not to flip. That could be okay. There isn't a great arsenal with these cards either. Like, we don't really want it to be the Graveling. Definitely not the Soul Harvest. Obviously not these. So it might just be, oh god, just CNC, draw a new 4. Deal 10. Jesus Christ. The reality is, let's see. We pitched the Blood Rush like 2 cards ago, so if we take enough damage to go ahead and make this the flip turn, that gives us like 2 turns to win. The math on that is 10 banish, 21 cards. We draw that, 17 cards. We banish 9, draw. I think I'm 1 card off from guaranteeing the Blood Rush that I did pitch, right? 1 card off. So it's a question of, like, does that first hand have Blood Rush in it or not? If it doesn't, then there's no shot to win. So I think this is just like a don't flip situation. Don't flip. Oh, so scary, though. Redeemed is fine in this match most of the time, so we'll just play for that. Yep, snaps. It's actually pretty greedy. I should have just dropped a card in front of it. Very greedy. Oh, if only one of these was another resource card. Oh well. There goes that. No flip. No flip. Oh, what a game. If any of those 3 random draws for Arsenal were better, we're in a much safer spot, obviously. Never had to take bad plays. That wasn't the reality. This drops down to 10. They're on a 3-card hand with Burn Them All. Pretty close to being able to flip and redeemed, but then the 26 damage Blood Rush. I guess we don't need it at that point, because we would still just have all 3 left in the deck. All 3 left in the deck feels good enough, but stabilizing at 8 with Burn Them Alls and Asvalize is very scary. No flip. No flip. Oh, unless I believe. Unless I believe. What if the next hand is the Blood Rush? Because actually the math was wrong. I don't banish the 10. I didn't count it right. So I went into that at 20, right? So 7. I'm only banishing 3 on this first turn. So it puts me at 28 cards. I draw a new 4, 24. Then I would be banishing 9. So then there's 15. So I still only have like 2 real turns to play the game. Man, there's a world where the next hand is Blood Rush, though. And I could win off Consumed with them at 9. That is possible. Because where's the last Blood Rush then? So let's do it again. Let's do it again. I'm milling an extra 3. Milling an extra 3. 24. Banishing 10. 14. Drawing 4. Banishing 10. I won't see the Blood Rush I pitched. And it won't be in the... It's not guaranteed to be in that second hand. It's 2 very big maybes. 2 very big maybes. I think I'll see the Art of War that I pitched, but I won't see the Blood Rush. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, for science, I kind of still want to do it though. For science, I'm into it. I'm into it. For science. For science. Oh my god, this isn't even playable. Jesus Christ. This is like a lose the game hand anyway. Holy crap, deck. What is the draw sequence? What is the draw sequence? Well. I guess I can block with 2, then pull Dread, set up the Blood Rush and Arsenal, and that's going to be it. That's all I can do. I'll be taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. Block here, deny the Kyloria draw. Wow, yeah, it's just pull Dread, Graveling. And they can disrespect that turn. They don't even need to block it. I would have to realistically throw 1 at the Miragai, just throw 6 at them, hope the Blood Rush turn is the killing blow, and that's it. Holy crap, this is awful. This is so bad. So, if I just took the damage, the hand I would have drawn was... What was it, like Dread, something else is what banished off the top. So it'd be those 3 plus a Blood Rush. That hand would have been able to stabilize by, in theory, at that point, just let the Kyloria hit. Pop the next one. Then my turn, throw the Dread into the Miragai, still throw the Graveling face, arsenal the Blood Rush. Probably would have been fine. Maybe it would change if the Dread hit enough for me to flip into Redeemed. Holy crap. Oh, the greed. I had such punish for this. That's crazy. Don't be a dust up. Thank you. Alright, so... Realistically, can I win the game if I kill Miragai this turn? I think I can. If I kill the Miragai, I think I can still win the game. I throw 6 at face. They can take it, but unless that's like... My god, I mean, I haven't seen a Dromai, so that would also just blow me out like you wouldn't believe. Oh, I lose to so much here. I mean, mostly I'm losing to the deck. But yeah, they can ignore... Even if I go 12 face, They can block with a singular card in Flame Scale, and then if they're dropping like the Dromai Miragai board, I just die. Does have go again at least, thank God. Alright, best draws in the deck right now would be a Beast Within and a blue, and then 2 6s. Give me that hand, please. A Beast Within, a blue, and 2 6s would actually do it. I'd be able to scrape together a win with that draw specifically. If they block down here, I think I can win. If they don't, and actually play this hand out, I don't think I can win. But from their position, their idea is they can just fatigue me, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually block 6. But if they actually develop some board and like make me have 2 poppers on this hand, I will not win the game. I can't close through the singular Blood Rush. Oh, there's 1 card. It's Kyloria. And a sink. That's 2 cards. That is 2 cards. Okay. I mean, they can still make me have a double popper hand. It only takes a Dromai. It only takes a Dromai, you know? This hand is there, though. This is double popper with at least Blood Rush playable. It's not impossible, but God, is it going to be difficult. Alright, do I win, do I lose? If one of these cards is a sigil, I definitely lose. Yep, it's doubles. Oh, no, 1 sigil. Yep. There it is, that's game over. Game over. I would like to think Redeemed would have won the game, but I actually think just drawing that sequence of 3 non-arsenalable cards, basically, was pretty tragic, and enough to just lose the game on the spot. Just a loss of so much value. The first one obviously was crowned away, but that wasn't the best value crown. It was more so because we were trapped. The Wreck-Em Up in Arsenal is garbage. And then it was the Deadwood. Didn't want it to be a Deadwood, but I guess that wasn't the worst. It was the Beast Within that was just a nightmare. Beast Within was awful. Alright, here we go. Somehow die to this. I believe in you, Reese. Somehow just die. The extra card would have made this the 26, so we're short. It's 21. It's 21. It's not the worst. Maybe we get there through the Dominate Endless Maw. This is what we did last time. The Convulsions Endless Maw for 10. Maybe it's possible. Ah, yes. Ethan consumed and having Blood Rush and Arsenal. Never saw this before. Oh, Michael. This has been just a depressing game, though. Catching him on a 2-2 blocks, though. This is big. This is big. Let's see. Do they just eat this damage? I would love it. Just eat this damage, please. Please and thank you. Okay, they're blocking with the Dromai. Alright, I think we might actually win. Convulsions will win the game. This was beyond depressing, but I think it can happen. Their last... Is it last sigil? No, no, no. They only played 1. Oh, we still lose so much. There's the popper. Alright, the good news is we can guaranteed keep Reckless Swing. Oh, no, no, no. Because we're... Actually, I'm not popping this, right? I don't need to pop this. I can keep the Reckless Swing around. Or I can keep the Soul Harvest around just in case they ever lead with something that's not a dragon. To maybe win the game that way. Is that ever worth it? Or do I just pop the dragon? So I think right now what we're looking at is needing to barraging, convulsions, play the Endless Maw. That demands this, that demands this. I gotta keep the full hand. So if that's a sigil, that it does mess with things a bit, right? Because it gives everything go again as well. Alright, sigil. I took a free damage, no reason. I don't know if we get there anymore. Yep. Have to block down a card. There's no difference in me playing it any other way, right? I have to pop no matter what with the Soul Harvest. The best I can do is make this come in for 10. So they need to not have a D-React, not have Sigil, and I can win. It's the exact same scenario that's come up before against Reese, which is kind of hilarious. Kind of hilarious. Exact same situation. The problem now is they're running, I would think, another Oasis. There is the one more Sigil and 2 more Syncs that we have not seen. So it's pretty, like, over, is my guess here. Actually, that pop was wrong. It should have always been the Kyloria, just in case there was a world where... oh yeah, that was so wrong. Should have just waited for the Kyloria. Because there's a world where I take their full hand somehow. And then I pop Kyloria. Their turn is just Ashwing. I can eat it. And then I can at least, you know, play something else. Oh my god. Trash. Trash plays. Alright, show me the sync. Show me the sync. And I lose. Oh, calm down, Reese. So they pitched Sigil to the point where they shouldn't have it here. They pitched Sigil on like turn 3. So they shouldn't have their third Sigil this hand, but we really have only seen the one sync. Doesn't look like they have a sync, so it's Oasis. It's Oasis or die. It's Oasis or die. Alright. Okay, apparently we won. Apparently we won. Oh my god, what the hell? What a depressing game. Why every GG's. I think that makes 3 times I've played against Reese. The same line has won the game every time. Convulsions Endless Maw. Every game, Convulsions Endless Maw has beat Reese. But it's not anything I'm doing, you know? I'm actively, like, throwing the game. And it's just, do they have the defense react or not? And I guess the answer is no. Oh, it's Rice? Oh, pronounced Rice. Okay, Rice. GG's, GG's. Yeah, the dominated Endless Maw, Rice. It keeps getting you, keeps getting you. Oh, this was such a sad game, though. Every single random draw was so bad. So bad. It was... What was the first one? The Pulping stuck me with a Wreck-A-Rump for Arsenal. The Ponder stuck me with a Deadwood Rumbler for Arsenal. The Savage Feast stuck me with the Beast Within for Arsenal. Also drew the hand that didn't turn off Blood Debt. Which against most matchups is like, that's kind of your window. You get the ability to draw that hand and not lose because you're like, cool, I'll flip Redeemed. But in this matchup, there's enough defense that it's just terrifying to do that. I mean, I had 2 turns to win the game. And that one Blood Rush was... I mean, that was a 3-card Blood Rush. The fact that it dealt 21 was just lucky. Just lucky. It should have done, you know, 13, and that's it. Also milled away the other Blood Rush, milled away the other 2 Convulsions, milled away the other 2 Art-of-Wars. Oh my god. Or no, sorry, blocked with 1 Blood Rush. What a sad game. Okay, well, we're 3-1. We're 3-1. I think I'm going to call it there, though. It was a fun day recapping the event, but I need to take a break from Levia for a second. Just a second. I love her to death. A full weekend, 15 games of Levia was a lot. So maybe we spice it up again. Play like Bolton. I really do like Bolton. So that could be interesting. Come back, stream some Bolton, learn that hero, see where he's at. Which, there was a Bolton that ended up 6-2. Michael says, play Dromai. I played Dromai for a bit. The reality is, the Dromai players are so loud and obnoxious. Nothing against them. I love you, Dark Odious. But the backseat gaming is, like, overwhelming with Dromai. And, you know, I'm not the best player. I'm here to just, like, learn the deck more than anything. But the backseat gaming, especially for Dromai, is, like, a different level. I probably just need to suck it up because for the most part, people are probably right, but I don't know enough about the hero to really challenge most of the play lines that people are pointing out. So it just kind of feels like, you know, I'm sitting there getting yelled at, which is not super fun. But there you go. There you go. Bolton is probably fine. No, you're fine, Michael. You're fine. We love you. I love talking with you about the recap, going over the games. Analyzing the Dromai game with you was a highlight of the weekend, honestly. I think I learned the most out of that game. And then I didn't even put it into practice here. I didn't. There were 2 turns where everything I learned in our game I just didn't do. Oh, so sad, so sad. Anyway. It's gonna be it. It's gonna be it. Dromai should usually be a good matchup for Levia. I would agree. I think this was a pretty sloppy game. A little bit unlucky, but more than anything, it was sloppy. Very sloppy. Which tends to be my problem, you know. The games I lose, and we didn't even lose this game, so I can't complain too much. The games I lose, it's me being sloppy more than anything. Although that Briar game was... I don't think that Briar game was being sloppy. That Briar game was drawing Reckless Doomsday Art of War. No amount of sloppy play fixes that. I don't think. Do I have the Vynnset list that went 5-0? Yes. Shane is, I believe, putting out a deck tech. Something to do with Runaways. We're doing some kind of deck tech with it. Probably this week. But yes. That list will be coming out. I gotta take a break, though. I'm, like, sweating profusely. It's so hot. It's also been a nonstop weekend of Flesh and Blood. I mean, I spent, like, 6 hours at Six Flags Friday. Like 12 hours of Fab Saturday and Sunday. Got back at 2 a.m. this morning and tried to jump on for a stream because there was just so much excitement to talk about. I gotta call it. But goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. It was fun. And I'll see you. Oh, look at my hair's like freaking out too. I had it in the ponytail. It's going nuts. So that's going to be it. I'll see you later. Wednesday, I think. Woo! Step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slide.